The first sign something was wrong came when my 7-year-old son Lucas ran into the kitchen crying, iPad clutched in his small hands. "Mom, why did Grandma say I ruined pictures?" His voice wobbled as tears streaked down his face. "What?" I set down my coffee, kneeling to his level. "Grandma would never say that, sweetheart. Look." He thrust the iPad at me, showing my mother's Facebook page. The cover photo was from last month's family reunion, except something was horribly wrong. I was there. My husband David was there. My sister Rebecca and her twins were there. My parents beamed in the center. But Lucas, who had been standing right between David and me, was gone. Not cropped out, completely erased, like he'd never existed. That's weird. I managed, scrolling down. Must be a mistake. But it wasn't a mistake. Every photo from the reunion had been edited. The group shot by the lake, Lucas removed. The cousins playing together, only Rebecca's twins remained. The 4-generation photo with great-grandma, everyone except my son. See. Lucas pointed to the caption under the latest batch. Finally, perfect family photos. Thanks to Rebecca's editing skills. The comments made my stomach turn. Aunt Linda, beautiful? The composition is so much better. Mom's friend Carol, your family is picture perfect. Cousin Mark, these look professional now. With shaking hands, I clicked on Rebecca's profile. Her status from yesterday, spent all night fixing the family reunion photos, removed distractions and weird shadows. Mom loves them. Hashtag Photoshop, hashtag AI editing, hashtag perfect family. Distractions, weird shadows. She meant my son. "Lucas, baby, let me handle this," I said, trying to keep my voice calm. "Why don't you go play with your Legos?" "Did I do something bad?" he asked, his brown eyes, the same eyes that apparently ruined the aesthetic, swimming with tears. No, sweetheart. You're perfect. This is a grown-up mistake that I'm going to fix right now." The moment he left the room, I called Rebecca. She answered on the third ring, voice bright. "Hey, Emma, did you see the photos? They turned out amazing." "You edited my son out of every family photo," I said, not bothering with pleasantries. "Oh, that." She laughed, actually laughed. "Yeah, the AI tool I'm using is incredible. It seamlessly removes elements that throw off the visual balance." "Elements? Visual balance? That's my child you're talking about." "Emma, don't be dramatic. Lucas is adorable, but he's so fidgety in photos. Always making faces or looking away. He ruins the aesthetic. He ruins the aesthetic." I was shouting now. "The twins know how to pose properly," she continued, oblivious to my rage. "They smile on cue, wear coordinating outfits. Lucas with his superhero shirts and silly faces, it just doesn't fit the vision." "What vision? These are family photos, not a fashion shoot. Mom specifically asked me to fix them. She's been wanting professional-looking photos for her Christmas cards. Now she has them." I hung up and immediately called my mother. "Emma," she answered cheerfully, "did you see the photos? Rebecca did such a wonderful job." "Mom," she erased Lucas, your grandson, from every single photo. "Oh, honey, erased is such a strong word." She just cleaned them up a bit. "By removing my child." "Well, you know how Lucas is. He never cooperates for pictures. Rebecca's twins always look so put together. And Lucas, well, he's a bit wild, isn't he? He's 7. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with him." Mom continued in that tone that meant she was absolutely saying something was wrong with him. "But Rebecca put in so much effort to make these photos card-worthy. You should be grateful." "Grateful? Grateful." My son saw these photos. He asked why Grandma thinks he ruins pictures. Oh dear, I didn't think he'd see them. "They're all over Facebook. You tag everyone except him." Rebecca said the AI works better if you don't tag edited areas. I hung up on her too. David found me pacing the living room, phone clenched in my hand. "What's wrong?" I showed him everything. His face went from confused to shocked to furious. "They did what?" He grabbed his own phone, scrolling through the posts. "This is insane. He's been deleted like he's some mistake they're correcting. Look at this one." I showed him a photo where Lucas had been standing between the twins. Now there was just an oddly large gap, like missing teeth in a smile. You can see where he was. They didn't even do it well. And your parents think this is okay. Mom called him wild. Said Rebecca's twins are put together. Because they're robots. David exploded. Those kids don't move without Rebecca's permission. Last time we visited, they sat on the couch for 2 hours without speaking unless spoken to. He was right. Rebecca had trained her twins like show dogs. 8 years old, and they already had portrait smiles versus candid smiles. They wore matching outfits to every family event. They stood in predetermined poses Rebecca had taught them. Lucas was Lucas. He wore Star Wars shirts and had grass stains on his knees. He made bunny ears behind cousins' heads and couldn't sit still for more than 30 seconds. He was a normal, happy child, which apparently wasn't aesthetic enough for my family. What do we do? David asked. First, I document everything, I said, already screenshotting. Every edited photo, every comment, every post where my son has been digitally erased. I spent the next hour saving evidence. The more I looked, the angrier I got. Rebecca had even edited Lucas out of casual photos, in playing with the dog, eating watermelon, splashing in the pool. She'd systematically removed every trace of my son from the family narrative. Then I started my own Facebook post. Interesting discovery today. My sister has used AI to remove my 7-year-old son from every family reunion photo. According to her, he ruins the aesthetic with his silly faces and superhero shirts. According to my mother, he's too wild for Christmas card photos. My son saw these edited photos and asked why Grandma thinks he ruins pictures. So here's what his crime is. I attached every original photo I had. Lucas making bunny ears behind Rebecca's twins. Lucas with watermelon juice on his chin grinning. Lucas mid-jump into the pool. Lucas hugging great-grandma, both laughing. Lucas being a happy, normal 7-year-old boy. This is what they edited out. This is what they think ruins family photos. A child being a child. A little boy who dares to express joy instead of posing like a mannequin. If my son doesn't fit your aesthetic, then neither do I. I tag every family member, every person who commented on the edited photos. Within minutes, my phone exploded. Rebecca called first. What are you doing? Take that down. No. You're making me look like a monster. You made yourself look like a monster when you decided my child was a visual inconvenience to be removed. It's just photos. It's not personal. You erased my son. It doesn't get more personal than that. Mom called next, furious. Emma, this is a family matter. It doesn't belong on social media. Oh, now it's a family matter. When you were posting edited photos everywhere, that was fine. You're embarrassing your sister. She embarrassed my son. She hurt my child. I don't care about her feelings. You're overreacting. No, Mom. I'm done. You want aesthetic perfection. You want Christmas cards with coordinating outfits and frozen smiles. Fine, but you'll have them without us. The comments on my post started pouring in. David's mom. Who erases a child from photos? Lucas is perfect. My best friend. This is genuinely disturbing. It's giving Black Mirror vibes. A mom from Lucas's school. My kid has ADHD and never sits still for photos. Imagine if I just deleted him? My cousin Sarah. I always wondered why Rebecca's photos looked so weird. Now I know. They're missing life. Then the unexpected allies emerged. Aunt Linda, who praised the edited photos. I didn't realize Lucas had been removed. I thought the photos just looked off somehow. This is horrible. Great-grandma herself commented, that boy's laugh is the best part of any photo. Anyone who can't see that is blind. But the best comment came from someone unexpected, Rebecca's own mother-in-law. This explains so much. Rebecca made us retake family photos 47 times last Christmas because my grandson smiled wrong. I've been biting my tongue for years, but this is sick. Children aren't props. As the post went viral in our extended network, Rebecca tried damage control. She posted a long explanation about artistic vision and visual storytelling, and how she was just trying to create timeless memories. Someone commented, timeless memories that don't include your nephew? She deleted the post within an hour. Mom tried calling David, thinking he'd be more reasonable. He put her on speaker. Linda, I need you to understand something. You allowed someone to erase your grandson from family history because he acts like a child. That's unforgivable. It was just a few photos. Every photo. Every single one. Like he's some mistake to be corrected. David, please, the holidays are coming up. We won't be there. What? If Lucas doesn't fit the aesthetic, then neither do we. We'll make our own memories, messy ones, real ones, with a kid who makes faces and wears superhero shirts and actually enjoys life. The fallout was immediate. The family group chat exploded. Some sided with Rebecca and Mom, talking about overreactions and keeping peace. Others were horrified, especially those with young children who suddenly realized their kids might be next on the aesthetic chopping block. But the real conversation happened when Rebecca's twins reached out through their dad's phone. 8-year-old Sophia asked to FaceTime with Lucas. "We miss playing with you," she said, her usually perfect posture slumped. "Photos are boring. Mom makes us practice smiling. You're lucky you get to be silly." Her twin brother Mason added, "Mom got mad at us for laughing at your dinosaur jokes. Said it would make our faces look weird in pictures." My heart broke for them. While Rebecca was so focused on creating perfect images, she was stealing her own children's childhood. That night, Lucas crawled into our bed. "Mom, am I really too messy for pictures?" "No, baby, you're exactly right. Every silly face, every grass stain, every laugh. That's what makes you perfect." "Then why did Aunt Rebecca delete me?" I pulled him close. "Because some people care more about how things look than how they really are. But you know what? The best memories aren't the pretty ones. They're the real ones. Like when I fell in the cake at Cousin Amy's wedding." "Exactly like that." I laughed, remembering how he tried to sneak a finger full of frosting and knocked over an entire tier. That's a real memory. That's what families are supposed to be. 3 months later, we had our own family photo shoot. I hired a photographer who specialized in lifestyle sessions. No posing, just playing. The results were chaotic. Lucas's hair stuck up. David had grass stains on his knees from playing soccer. I was mid-laugh in most shots, probably looking decidedly unaesthetic. They were perfect. I made a photo book and sent copies to everyone for Christmas, even Rebecca and my parents. Inside the cover, I wrote, "Real families aren't aesthetic. They're messy and loud and imperfect and beautiful. Lucas is in every single photo, exactly as he should be." Rebecca never apologized. Mom still makes passive-aggressive comments about professional photographers who know how to handle children. But something shifted in the family dynamic. Other parents started sharing their imperfect photos with pride. Cousins posted pictures of kids with chocolate-covered faces and mismatched clothes. The aesthetic was broken, reality won. And Lucas, he still makes bunny ears in photos. Still wears his Star Wars shirts to formal events. Still can't sit still for more than 10 seconds. He's also the kid everyone wants to play with at reunions. The one who makes great-grandma laugh until she cries. The one whose joy is so infectious that even Rebecca's twins beg to be in his silly photos now. Because here's what my sister never understood. The photos that matter aren't the ones that look perfect. They're the ones that show who we really are. And my son, my wild, silly, perpetually grass-stained son, is exactly who he's supposed to be. No AI required.
The chapel doors swing open behind me, and I can hear the whispers starting. 300 guests, designer dresses, imported flowers, all of it crashing down in real time while I stand here in my grandmother's pearls and a dress that cost more than most people's cars. Tessa, darling. My mother appears beside me like smoke, her manicured fingers gripping an ivory envelope. "We need to talk. My name is Tessa, and 30 seconds ago, I thought I was about to marry the love of my life. Now I'm watching my mother's face, that practice smile she wears to charity galas, and something cold settles in my stomach. Mother, the ceremony starts in 5 minutes. That's what I need to discuss. She presses the envelope into my hands. Her voice drops to barely a whisper. You're marrying the wrong sister. Don't embarrass us. Let him go. The envelope feels heavy. Too heavy for paper. I look down at my mother's handwriting across the front. For Simon. The truth about your bride. What is this? Insurance, she says, smoothing an invisible wrinkle from my veil. Read it, then give it to him. Trust me, sweetheart, this is for the best. My fingers shake as I tear it open. Inside there are photos, hotel receipts, text message screenshots, all featuring my sister Alexandra and my fiancé Simon. The timestamps go back months. Alex, can't wait to feel you inside me again. Simon, after Saturday, we won't have to hide anymore. Alex, poor Tessa has no idea. Mother says she'll handle everything. The chapel music starts, past Shellbell's cannon, just like I dreamed. I can hear the rustle of 300 people standing, waiting for me to walk down that aisle. You knew. It's not a question. I orchestrated it. Mother adjusts her diamond bracelet. Alexandra is better suited for Simon. She's a lawyer. He's in finance. They make sense. You're too independent. Too unpredictable. You orchestrated my humiliation. I orchestrated your freedom. She checks her watch. Now, give him the envelope. Let him make the choice. This way, no one can say we forced anything. Through the chapel doors, I can see Simon at the altar. Tall, confident, checking his cufflinks the way he always does when he's nervous. My sister Alexandra sits in the front row, wearing the navy dress we picked out together last month. She's not looking at the altar. She's looking at her phone. I walk towards Simon, my heels clicking against marble. The music swells. Everyone's smiling, phones out, recording what they think will be the happiest moment of my life. Simon. I hand him the envelope. From my mother. He opens it right there, in front of God and everyone. I watch his face change. Confusion, then recognition, then something that looks almost like relief. He doesn't say a word, doesn't apologize, doesn't explain. Just looks at me once, then turns and walks straight out of the chapel. The music stops mid-note. Gasps ripple through the crowd. Someone drops their phone. I hear my aunt whisper, "Oh my God, what just happened?" Alexandra jumps up from her seat, her face a mask of fake concern. "Tessa! Oh, honey, I'm so sorry." "Are you?" I turn to face her, and for just a second I see it, the flash of satisfaction in her eyes before she remembers to look devastated. The whispers are getting louder. Phones are definitely recording now. Someone's probably already posting this to social media. I should be crying. I should be collapsing. I should be the broken bride everyone expects me to be. Instead, I smile. "Ladies and gentlemen," I call out, my voice carrying across the chapel. "Thank you all for coming. Unfortunately, there's been a change of plans." I turn to my mother, who's watching me with something between horror and admiration. "You're right about one thing, Mother. I am too independent." I pull off my engagement ring and drop it into her palm. And unpredictable, I walk back down the aisle, past the shocked faces and clicking cameras, past my sister, who's now genuinely pale, past the altar where I was supposed to promise forever to a man who was already promising it to someone else. At the chapel doors, I pause and look back. They think they've ruined me. They think I'm walking away broken, humiliated, destroyed. They have no idea I've known about the affair for 3 weeks. No idea I wanted this to happen exactly this way. No idea that while they were planning my downfall, I was planning something so much worse. The real show hasn't even started yet. 3 weeks earlier, I'm sitting in my kitchen at 2 a.m., staring at Simon's phone. He's passed out upstairs after another late client dinner, and his phone keeps buzzing on the counter. "Alex. Missing you already. Can't wait for next weekend. Alex. Delete this after you read it. Alex. Tessa's dress fitting is Thursday. Perfect timing for us. My hands don't shake. That's the weird part. I screenshot everything with the calm precision of someone filing taxes. I scroll back through months of messages, hotel bookings, dinner reservations, photos I definitely didn't take. There's one of Alexandra in lingerie I bought her for her birthday, sent to my fiancé with the caption, "Thinking of you." Jesus Christ! I whisper to my empty kitchen. I forward everything to my personal email, then delete the evidence from his phone. Simon never changes his passwords. He thinks trust means never having to hide anything. Turns out, he was half right. The next morning, I call Juliet. My cousin answers on the first ring. "Tess, it's 7 a.m. I need you to come over, now." "What's wrong?" "Just come." Juliet arrives 20 minutes later with coffee and that worried expression she's worn since we were kids. She finds me at my dining table, laptop open, printed photos spread across the mahogany surface like evidence at a crime scene. "Oh, honey." She sinks into the chair across from me. "How long have you known?" "Since last night." But, looking back, I slide a hotel receipt toward her. "Remember when Alexandra had that work conference in Napa? Same weekend Simon had his bachelor party that got mysteriously cancelled?" Juliet picks up one of the photos. It's Simon and Alexandra at some upscale restaurant, his hand on her thigh, her head thrown back, laughing. They look happy, genuinely happy in a way that makes my chest tight. "You have to cancel the wedding." "No." "Tessa, I'm not cancelling anything." I close the laptop. "I'm going to let them have their little victory, and then I'm going to take everything back, one piece at a time." "That's insane, is it?" I stand up, start pacing. "Think about it. If I confront them now, what happens? Simon apologizes, says it was a mistake, begs for forgiveness. Alexandra cries, says she's sorry, that it just happened. Mother takes her side because Alexandra's always been the golden child. I become the bitter sister who couldn't forgive. So, instead you're going to let them think they won. Let them get comfortable. Let them make mistakes." Juliet stares at me like I've grown a second head. "And then?" "Then I remind them that I'm not just some heartbroken girl they can push around. I'm a wolf. We don't just have money, we have power, connections, influence." I sit back down, lean forward. "They want to play games? Fine. But they're playing in my league now." "This is scary, Tess." "Good. It should be. I spend the next 2 weeks gathering ammunition. Bank statements showing Simon's gambling debts. Debts he never told me about. Alexandra's law firm disciplinary records that she thinks are sealed. Email chains between her and Mother discussing how to handle the Tessa situation. The best part, they're not even being careful anymore. Alexandra starts showing up to family dinners glowing. Simon gets sloppy with his alibis. Mother keeps making comments about how some people aren't meant for marriage. "You're really going through with this," Juliet says. "We're having lunch at the country club, surrounded by women who've known me since I was in diapers." "The wedding's in 4 days." "I am." "And you're not going to warn him? Give him a chance to come clean?" I pull out my phone, show her the latest text from Alexandra to Mother. "After Saturday, Tessa won't be a problem anymore." "They think I'm the problem." I put the phone away. They're about to learn what an actual problem looks like. "What if this backfires? What if you end up looking like the villain?" "Juliet, they've been planning my humiliation for months. They've already decided I'm the villain in their story. I finish my wine. The difference is, in my story, the villain wins. That night, I sit in my study, the one Simon never enters because he says it's too stuffy, and make lists, assets to protect, accounts to freeze, people to call, favors to collect. My phone buzzes. Simon, texting from upstairs. Love you, babe. Can't wait to marry you. I text back. Love you too. It's going to be perfect. And it will be. Just not the way he thinks. 2 days after the wedding disaster, I'm sitting in my trust attorney's office, wearing sunglasses and a black dress that screams, grieving bride. The media's been calling me that all week. Tessa, I'm so sorry about what happened, Richard says, sliding a box of tissues across his mahogany desk. How can I help? I need to review all my trust distributions from the past year, specifically any large purchases or transfers. Richard pulls up my file on his computer. Of course. Let me see. There was the usual quarterly allowance, the wedding expenses, and then... He frowns. There's a significant withdrawal from last month. $800,000 for a property purchase. What property? A condominium in Tribeca. The paperwork shows it was a gift for your fiancé. Sorry, ex-fiancé. Your mother co-signed the authorization. I lean forward. Show me. He turns his monitor toward me. There it is, in black and white. My signature, forged. My mother's signature, real. A luxury condo bought with my money, put in Simon's name, with Alexandra listed as co-owner. Richard, I never signed this. His face goes pale. Are you certain? I was in London that week for work. I have passport stamps to prove it. I pull out my phone, show him my travel photos. Someone forged my signature. This is fraud. We need to contact the authorities immediately. Not yet. I stand up, pace to his window overlooking Central Park. First, I need you to file paperwork to reverse this transaction. Immediately. Use whatever legal mechanism you have to. Tessa, that could take weeks. Richard, my family has been with your firm for 30 years. My trust is worth $40 million. Make it happen in days, not weeks. He starts typing furiously. I'll file an emergency injunction, claim the signature was forged, which it was. We can have sheriffs serve eviction papers by Thursday. Perfect. I leave Richard's office and drive straight to my financial advisor's building. Marcus has been managing my portfolio since I graduated college, and he's one of the few people who's never treated me like a spoiled, rich girl. Tessa! He jumps up from his desk when I walk in. I saw the news. Are you okay? I'm better than okay. I need you to help me move some money around. What kind of moving? I sit down, pull out a folder I've prepared. I want to liquidate my tech stocks, about $2 million worth, put it in an offshore account. Then, I want you to quietly purchase the building where Alexandra works. Marcus nearly chokes on his coffee. You want to buy a Manhattan office building? The law firm rents the top 3 floors. If I own the building, I control their lease. I slide him the building's financial information. It's been on the market for 6 months. The current owner is desperate. Tessa, this is nuclear. Good. They dropped the bomb first. While Marcus makes calls, I text Juliet. Coffee tomorrow? I have updates. She responds immediately. Your sister posted something on Instagram. You need to see this. I open Instagram. Alexandra's latest post shows her and Simon on a balcony overlooking the city, champagne glasses raised. The caption reads, Sometimes the universe has better plans than we do. New, beginnings, living our truth. Blessed. The comments are brutal. Half the people are congratulating them, the other half are calling them homewreckers. Someone wrote, "Didn't he just leave someone at the altar?" Alexandra responded, "The heart wants what it wants. No regrets." I screenshot everything. The next morning, I meet Juliet at our usual cafe. She's already ordered my coffee. Black, 2 sugars, the way I've been drinking it since college. "You look different," she says. "I feel different." The Instagram post was perfect. They just gave me everything I need. I show her my phone. Look at the timestamp. They posted this from the Tribeca condo at 11 p.m. last night. So, in about 3 hours, sheriffs are going to show up at that same condo with eviction papers. They'll be escorted out with whatever they can carry. Juliet stares at me. "You got the condo back." "I got my money back. The condo was bought with forged documents using my trust fund. Richard filed an emergency injunction yesterday." "They're going to be homeless?" "They're going to be exactly where they put me, publicly humiliated with nowhere to hide." My phone buzzes. It's a text from an unknown number. "This is Simon. We need to talk." I show Juliet. She grins. "What are you going to say?" "Nothing. He had his chance to talk. Now it's my turn to act." Another text. "Tessa, please. This is all a misunderstanding." I delete it without responding. "You know what the best part is," I tell Juliet. "They think this is rock bottom. They think losing the apartment is the worst thing that can happen to them." "It's not. Juliet, I haven't even started yet." Ruby's office is exactly what I expected. Floor-to-ceiling windows, awards covering one wall, and the kind of power suit that costs more than most people's rent. My college roommate turned senior partner at one of Manhattan's most prestigious law firms. "Tessa." She stands up, arms open for a hug. "I'm so sorry about the wedding. I saw it all over social media. That's actually why I'm here." I sit down across from her desk. "We need to talk about Alexandra." Ruby's expression shifts. "Your sister works here. This could be awkward." "It's about to get more awkward." I pull out a thick folder. "Ruby, how well do you know Alexandra's casework?" "She's one of our top associates." "Why?" I slide the first document across her desk. This is a case file from 6 months ago. Alexandra was representing a client in a real estate dispute. Notice anything unusual about the financial disclosures? Ruby scans the document, her lawyer brain kicking in. These numbers don't match the supporting documentation. "Keep looking." She flips through more pages, her frown deepening. "The bank statements are..." "These look altered." They are. Alexandra falsified financial records to help cover up her boyfriend's gambling debts, the boyfriend being my ex-fiancé, Simon. Ruby sets the papers down. "Tessa, this is a serious accusation. It's about to get more serious." I hand her another folder. "Here are the original bank statements, obtained through my own financial advisor. Here are phone records showing Alexandra coordinating with Simon during the case preparation. And here..." I slide over a flash drive. "Are recorded conversations between them discussing how to massage the numbers." "You recorded them?" Simon's not very careful about privacy settings. His laptop automatically backs up to the cloud. I've had access to everything for weeks. Ruby plugs in the flash drive, clicks play. Alexandra's voice fills the office. "Just change the deposit date, Simon. No one's going to cross-reference that deep. I can make this go away, but you need to be smarter about your gambling." Simon's voice. "What if someone finds out, Alexandra? They won't. And even if they do, Tessa will never suspect her own sister of covering for you. Ruby stops the recording. Jesus Christ, Tessa! There's more. 3 other cases where she bent the rules to help Simon's financial problems. She's been using her position here to enable his addiction and cover his tracks. Why are you bringing this to me? Because you're her boss. Because this firm's reputation is built on integrity. And because... I lean forward. I know you'll do the right thing. Ruby stares at the evidence spread across her desk. If this is true, Alexandra could be disbarred. If this is true, Alexandra should be disbarred. She's your sister. She was my sister. Now she's just someone who betrayed me and violated her professional ethics to do it. Ruby closes the folder. I need to verify all of this independently. Of course. Take your time. Do your due diligence. I stand up. But, Ruby, while you're investigating, you might want to suspend her access to client files, just in case. 2 hours later, I'm having lunch with Juliet when my phone buzzes. It's a text from an unknown number. This is Alexandra. What the hell did you do? I show Juliet. That was fast. What happened? Ruby works quickly when the firm's reputation is at stake. Another text. I know you're behind this. Security escorted me out of my own office. I type back. I have no idea what you're talking about. Alexandra. Don't play dumb. They suspended me pending investigation. Me. Investigation into what? Alexandra. You know exactly what. This is insane, Tessa. I'm your sister. Me. Sisters don't sleep with each other's fiancés. My phone starts ringing, Alexandra's name on the screen. Answer it, Juliet says. Put it on speaker. I accept the call. Hello, Alexandra. Tessa, what have you done? Her voice is shaking. They're saying I falsified documents. They're talking about reporting me to the Bar Association. Did you falsify documents? That's not the point. Actually, that's exactly the point. Did you or did you not alter financial records to help Simon cover his gambling debts? Silence. Alexandra? It wasn't that simple. It's a yes or no question. Yes, but then you did this to yourself. I was trying to help him. I was trying to help us. You were trying to help yourself to my fiancé and my money. There's a difference. Tessa, please. You don't understand. I love him. You love him so much you destroyed your career for him? Her voice cracks. I need this job. I have student loans, rent, car payments. You should have thought about that before you decided to play house with my life. I hang up. Juliet stares at me. Damn, Tess. She made her choices. Now she gets to live with them. My phone buzzes again. This time it's Ruby. Investigation confirmed your evidence. Alexandra's been terminated. Bar Association has been notified. Thank you for bringing this to our attention. I forward the message to Juliet. How does it feel? She asks. Like justice. But we're not done yet. The doorbell rings at exactly 3 p.m. I check the security camera. Simon, looking like he hasn't slept in days. His usually perfect hair is messy, his expensive suit wrinkled. I open the door. Simon? Tessa, thank God. We need to talk. Do we? Please, Can I come in? I step aside. He walks into my living room like he still belongs here, then stops when he sees the boxes stacked by the stairs, all his belongings, neatly packed and labeled. You packed my stuff. I figured you'd want it back eventually. He turns to face me. Tessa, I know how this looks. How does it look, Simon? Like I'm a terrible person, like I betrayed you, but it's not that simple. Enlighten me. He runs his hands through his hair. Alexandra and I. It just happened. We didn't plan it. We fought it for months. Months. I sit down on my couch. How many months? That's not important. It's important to me. How long were you screwing my sister while planning our wedding? His face crumbles. 8 months. 8 months. I nod slowly. So, when we were picking out flowers, you were sleeping with Alexandra. When we were tasting cakes, you were sleeping with Alexandra. When I was getting fitted for my dress... Stop. When I was getting fitted for my dress, you were in a hotel room with my sister. Tessa, please. Sit down, Simon. You wanted to talk, so let's talk. He sits across from me, leaning forward with his elbows on his knees. I know I hurt you. I know I made terrible choices, but I want to make this right. How? I want to come home. I want us to work through this. I stare at him. You want to come home? Yes. After 8 months of cheating, after humiliating me in front of 300 people, after moving in with my sister. I made a mistake. You made 8 months of mistakes. I was confused. The gambling, the debts, the pressure. Alexandra was there for me when I was falling apart. I was there for you, too. I just didn't know you were falling apart because you were lying to me about everything. He looks down at his hands. I know. Simon, do you want some tea? You look exhausted. That would be nice. Thank you. I go to the kitchen, put the kettle on. While it heats, I pull out my phone, open the voice memo app, and hit record. I slip it back into my pocket. Here. I hand him a cup of chamomile tea. Your favorite. You remembered. I remember everything. I sit back down. So tell me about Alexandra. Are you in love with her? He takes a sip of tea. I thought I was, but being with her these past few days, it's not what I expected. How so? She's different when you're not around. More calculating. Cold. Cold how? She keeps talking about your money, about how we can manage you. She has all these plans about how to get back into your good graces so we can... He stops. So you can what? So we can still access your trust fund. I set down my tea. She said that? Not in those words, but yeah. She's obsessed with maintaining the lifestyle, the apartment, the restaurants, the vacations. She keeps saying we just need to play this right and everything will work out. And what do you think about that? I think I made the biggest mistake of my life. He looks up at me. I think I threw away the best thing that ever happened to me for someone who doesn't actually love me. What makes you think she doesn't love you? Because... He hesitates. Because she talks about you constantly, about how you've always had everything handed to you, about how you don't deserve what you have, about how she's smarter, prettier, more deserving. She said that. She said a lot of things, like how you're mediocre in bed and I'd be much happier with someone who actually knows what she's doing. I pull out my phone, stop the recording. That's interesting. What's interesting? That she would say that about me. I scroll through my phone, because here's what she said about you. I hit play on a different recording, one I made 3 days ago when Alexandra called me, drunk and ranting. Alexandra's voice fills the room. You want to know the truth, Tessa? Simon is pathetic in bed, absolutely mediocre. I've been faking it for months, but he has access to your money, and that's all that matters. Once we get married, I can divorce him and take half of everything. Simon goes white. You recorded her? She called me at midnight, completely wasted. She had a lot to say about your relationship. The recording continues. He thinks I love him. It's actually hilarious. I'm using him to get what should have been mine from the beginning. You've always been Daddy's favorite, but I'm the one who deserves the money. I'm the one who worked for it. Simon sets down his tea with shaking hands. She said she loved me. She lied, just like you lied to me. Tessa, Simon, you need to leave. But we can work this out. No, we can't. You chose her. You chose 8 months of lies over 6 years of truth. You chose to humiliate me in front of everyone I know. You chose to steal my money and forge my signature. I didn't forge anything. Your girlfriend did. For you. He stands up, paces to the window. This is insane. Everything is falling apart. I lost my job, lost the apartment. Now Alexandra's been fired. You lost your job? Some anonymous tip about client fund mismanagement. They're investigating everything. I smile. That's terrible. Tessa, please. I know I don't deserve it, but I need help. You need to leave. Now. Where am I supposed to go? I don't know, Simon. Maybe ask your girlfriend. Oh, wait. She doesn't actually want you either. He stares at me for a long moment. You did this. All of it. The apartment, Alexandra's job, my job. You orchestrated everything. I didn't orchestrate anything. I just stopped protecting you from the consequences of your choices. This is revenge. No, Simon. This is chess, and you never learned how to play. The invitation arrives on cream cardstock with gold embossing, the Wolf Foundation annual charity gala, an evening of giving back, Mother's signature event, where Manhattan's elite gather to write tax-deductible checks and take photos for society pages. At the bottom, handwritten in Mother's perfect script, Tessa, your presence would mean everything. Time to heal as a family. Emps. I call Juliet. She wants me at the gala. That's bold, even for your mother. She thinks I'm broken. She thinks I'll show up alone, humiliated, ready to beg for forgiveness. Are you going? Oh, I'm definitely going, but not alone. I dial a number I've been saving for the right moment. Josiah? It's Tessa. Are you free Saturday night? Josiah and I met at a business conference 6 months ago. He runs a sustainable energy company, has never heard of my family's money, and asked me out based purely on a conversation about renewable infrastructure. I turned him down because I was engaged. Now I'm not. Tessa, I heard about... Well, I'm sorry about everything that happened. Thank you. I was wondering if you'd like to be my date to a charity event. Fair warning, it's going to be complicated. Complicated how? My family will be there, including the sister who stole my fiancé. Jesus, and you want to go? I need to go, and I'd rather not face them alone. When and where? Saturday night, I stand in front of my full-length mirror wearing a black silk gown that cost more than most people's cars. Josiah arrives at 7 sharp, looking devastating in his tuxedo. You clean up nice, I tell him. You look incredible. Are you ready for this? I've been ready for weeks. The gala is held at the Metropolitan Museum of Art. Red carpet, photographers, the works. As our car pulls up, I see the flashes starting. Last chance to run, I tell Josiah. Not a chance. We step out together. The photographers go crazy. I hear someone shout, "Tessa, who's your date?" Another voice. "How are you handling the betrayal?" I smile, wave, keep walking. Josiah's hand is steady on my back. Inside, the museum has been transformed into a glittering wonderland. Ice sculptures, champagne fountains, a string quartet playing in the corner. I spot Mother immediately, holding court near the donation table, wearing diamonds that could fund a small country. "There she is," I murmur to Josiah. "Your mother?" "The Queen herself." Mother sees us and freezes mid-conversation. Her eyes move from me to Josiah, calculating. She excuses herself from her group and glides over. "Tessa, darling, you came." She kisses my cheek, then extends her hand to Josiah. "And you are?" "Josiah, it's a pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Wolfe." "The pleasure is mine. Tessa didn't mention she was bringing someone." "Last-minute decision," I say. "Josiah, this is my mother, Margaret. She organized tonight's event." "It's beautiful," Josiah says. "What charity are we supporting?" "Children's literacy programs," Mother replies, but her eyes never leave my face. "Tessa, could I speak with you privately?" "Of course. Josiah, would you mind getting us some champagne?" "Not at all." Mother leads me to a quiet corner near the Egyptian wing. "Who is he?" "A friend." "Tessa, this isn't the time for games. People are watching. The press is here." "I know. That's why I brought him." "You're trying to make a statement." "I'm trying to move on with my life." Mother glances around, then leans closer. "Alexandra is here, with Simon." "I know. I saw them come in." "This could be awkward." "For them, maybe." "Tessa, enough. This vendetta needs to end. Alexandra made a mistake, but she's still your sister. Simon made a mistake, but these things happen. It's time to forgive and move forward." "Is it?" "Yes. The family needs to present a united front, especially now, with all the negative publicity." "What negative publicity?" Mother's jaw tightens. "You know exactly what I'm talking about. The apartment situation, Alexandra's job, Simon's difficulties. People are starting to ask questions." "What kind of questions?" "About whether our family can be trusted with their donations, about whether we're stable enough to manage charitable funds." I smile. "That must be stressful for you." "Tessa, I'm asking you to end this. Whatever you're doing, stop. Come home. Let's rebuild." "Rebuild what? The family that orchestrated my public humiliation?" "I was trying to save you from a bigger heartbreak." "You were trying to give Alexandra what she wanted, like always." Mother's composure cracks slightly. "That's not true." "Isn't it? When has Alexandra ever faced consequences for anything? When have you ever chosen me over her?" "I choose what's best for the family." "No, Mother. You choose what's best for Alexandra. There's a difference." Josiah appears with champagne. "Sorry to interrupt, but they're asking everyone to take their seats for the presentation." "Of course." Mother straightens her dress. "Tessa, we'll continue this conversation later." "No, we won't." As we walk toward the main hall, I spot Alexandra and Simon at a table near the back. Alexandra's wearing red, my color, and Simon looks like he'd rather be anywhere else. "That them?" Josiah asks quietly. "That's them." They look miserable. Good. The lights dim as Mother takes the stage. She begins her usual speech about giving back, about community, about the importance of family values. The irony isn't lost on me. "Before we begin tonight's auction," Mother says, I'd like to share a special presentation about the impact of your donations. The AV tech starts setting up the projector. I watch from my table as he fumbles with a USB drive, drops it, picks up another one from the pile of equipment. That's when I realize he's picked up the wrong drive, the one I planted there an hour ago. Ladies and gentlemen, Mother continues, please direct your attention to the screen. The projector flickers to life, but instead of heartwarming footage of children reading, the screen fills with audio waveforms. Then Mother's voice fills the room, crystal clear through the sound system. Alexandra, darling, you need to be smarter about this. If Tessa finds out about you and Simon before the wedding, everything falls apart. Alexandra's voice. She won't find out. She's too trusting, too naive. Mother. Good. After Saturday, she'll be so humiliated she'll do whatever we tell her to. And then you and Simon can have the life you deserve. The room goes dead silent. 300 of Manhattan's most powerful people stare at the screen, listening to my mother and sister plot my downfall. Mother stands frozen at the podium, her face white as her pearls. I stand up, raise my champagne glass, and smile. To family, I say loudly, and the truth. The recording keeps playing. Mother's voice echoes through the museum. Once Tessa's broken down, we can control her trust fund. Alexandra will have access to everything she should have inherited anyway. Phones come out everywhere. Camera flashes pop like lightning. I see reporters scribbling notes, society photographers pivoting from the stage to capture Mother's horrified expression. The audio finally cuts off. The room stays silent for what feels like forever. Mother grabs the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, there's been a technical malfunction. No malfunction, Mother. I stand up, my voice carrying across the room. Just the truth. Every head turns toward me. Josiah squeezes my hand under the table. Tessa, sit down. Mother hisses into the microphone. I don't think so. I walk toward the stage, my heels clicking against marble. Since we're all here, let's talk about family values. I reach the stage, take the microphone from Mother's trembling hands. Good evening, everyone. For those who don't know me, I'm Tessa Wolfe, the daughter who was supposed to be too broken to fight back. Murmurs ripple through the crowd. I spot Alexandra at her table, face buried in her hands. Simon staring at the floor. 3 weeks ago, I discovered my fiancé was having an affair with my sister. Instead of confronting them, I decided to let them think they'd won. I let them humiliate me publicly. I let them believe I was destroyed. More phones come out. This is going to be all over social media within minutes. What you just heard was my mother and sister planning my downfall, plotting to use my heartbreak to control my inheritance, treating my pain like a business opportunity. Mother tries to grab the microphone back. Tessa, stop this! I step away from her. The best part? They thought I was too naive to see it coming, too trusting to fight back, too weak to win. I look directly at Alexandra's table. They were wrong. The crowd is completely silent now. Even the waitstaff has stopped moving. So, let me tell you what really happened. My sister didn't just steal my fiancé. She used her position as a lawyer to help him cover up gambling debts by falsifying court documents. She's been disbarred, by the way. Gasps from the audience. Alexandra's head snaps up, her face red with humiliation. My ex-fiancé didn't just cheat. He forged my signature to steal $800,000 from my trust fund to buy himself and my sister a love nest. He is currently under investigation for client fund mismanagement. Simon starts to stand up. Tessa, that's enough. Sit down, Simon. I'm not finished. He sits. And my mother. She didn't just orchestrate my public humiliation. She's been embezzling from this very foundation to fund my sister's lifestyle. Mother goes white. That's a lie. Is it? I pull out my phone, hold it up, because I have bank records showing foundation money being transferred to Alexandra's personal accounts. Months of them. The crowd erupts. People are standing, talking, pointing. Several board members push toward the stage. "Security!" Mother shouts. "Remove her!" I don't think so. A man in an expensive suit stands up near the front. "I'm David Chen, chairman of the Foundation's board. Let her finish." I nod to him. "Thank you, David. I think everyone deserves to know where their donations have been going." I look out at the crowd, then back at Mother. "You taught me that power isn't about money. It's about information, about knowing people's secrets and using them strategically." "Tessa, please." "You taught me that family loyalty means protecting the family name above all else, that sometimes you have to sacrifice one person for the greater good." Mother's eyes fill with tears. Real ones, for once. "Well, congratulations, Mother. I learned your lessons perfectly. The only difference is I chose to sacrifice the right people." I hand the microphone back to David and walk off the stage. The crowd parts like the Red Sea as I make my way back to Josiah. "We should go," he says quietly. "Not yet." I walk straight to Alexandra's table. She looks up at me with mascara running down her cheeks. "Tessa, Save it." I place something on the table in front of her, a pristine white envelope with gold embossing. "What's this?" "Open it." She tears it open with shaking hands. Inside is a wedding invitation. Her face crumples as she reads it. "Tessa Wolfe and Josiah Martinez request the pleasure of your company." "You're getting married?" she whispers, "to a man who actually loves me, who chose me first, not as a consolation prize." Simon leans forward. "Tessa, we need to talk." "No, we don't." I turn to Alexandra. "You wanted my life so badly, but you never had the character to live it." "I'm your sister." "You were my sister. Now you're just someone I used to know." I start to walk away, then pause. "Oh, and Alexandra, you might want to find a new apartment. The building you're staying in, I bought it last week. Your lease expires tomorrow." Her mouth falls open. "You can't." "I can. I did. And I will." I walk back to Josiah, who's standing with our coats ready. "Impressive," he says as we head for the exit. Behind us, I can hear Mother trying to salvage the situation, board members demanding answers, reporters shouting questions. My phone starts buzzing as we reach the door. Text after text. Juliet. "Holy shit, Tess. It's all over Twitter." Ruby. "Just saw the live stream. Remind me never to cross you." Marcus. "Your trust fund is secure. Also, you're terrifying." As we wait for our car, Alexandra comes running after us. "Tessa, wait!" I turn around. She's crying, her perfect makeup ruined, her red dress wrinkled. "Please, I know I messed up, but we're family. We can fix this." "No, we can't." "I love him. I really do love Simon." "Then you can be broke and unemployed together. How romantic." "This isn't you. You're not cruel." "You're right. The old me wasn't cruel, but the old me also didn't know her own sister would destroy her life for sport." Our car pulls up. Josiah opens the door for me. "Tessa, please." I get in the car, roll down the window. "Alexandra, you taught me something important tonight. You taught me that sometimes the people who hurt you the most are the ones who know exactly how to do it." "I'm sorry." I know you are, but sorry doesn't give me back the life you stole. It doesn't undo the humiliation. It doesn't erase 8 months of lies. So what happens now? I smile. Now you get to find out what it feels like to lose everything, just like I did. The car pulls away, leaving her standing alone on the museum steps. The champagne flute feels perfect in my hand, crystal clear, expensive, exactly the kind of detail that matters at venues like this. I'm sitting at the rooftop bar of the St. Regis, watching the sun set over Manhattan, when I spot them. Alexandra and Mother, huddled at a corner table near the windows. They look smaller somehow, diminished. "Isn't that your family?" Josiah asks, following my gaze. "Former family." He squeezes my hand. The engagement ring he gave me last month catches the light. A simple solitaire, nothing flashy. He proposed on a Tuesday morning over coffee. No cameras, no audience. Just us. "Do you want to leave?" "No, I was here first." I watch them for a moment. Mother's designer handbag is gone, replaced by something off the rack. Alexandra's hair isn't professionally styled anymore. They're sharing an appetizer and splitting a bottle of house wine. My phone buzzes. Juliet. "Saw the news about Simon. Thought you should know." I open the link she sent. It's a small item in the business section. Former financial advisor sentenced to 18 months for client fund misuse. "Good news?" Josiah asks. "Justice." A waiter approaches our table. "Excuse me, miss. The ladies at table 12 sent this over." He hands me a folded napkin. I open it. Mother's handwriting. "Please." 5 minutes. I look over at their table. Mother raises her hand slightly, a tentative wave. "I'll be right back," I tell Josiah. I walk over to their table. Up close, the changes are even more dramatic. Mother's face looks older, more lined. Alexandra's lost weight, and not in a good way. "Tessa." Mother stands up. "Thank you for coming over." "What do you want?" "To apologize, to explain." "There's nothing to explain." Alexandra looks up at me. "Please sit. Just for a minute." Against my better judgment, I pull out a chair. "You look beautiful," Mother says. "Happy." I am happy. "We heard about your engagement. Congratulations." "Thank you." We sit in awkward silence for a moment. Finally, Alexandra speaks. "I lost everything." "I know." The Bar Association, my career, my reputation. I can't practice law anywhere. "You made your choices. I know I did. But Tessa..." She reaches across the table, stops just short of touching my hand. "I need you to know something. I really did love him." Past tense? "He left me 2 weeks after the gala. Said he couldn't handle the pressure, the scandal. Said he needed to find himself." I don't respond. "He took what little money I had left and disappeared. Haven't heard from him since." "I'm sorry that happened to you." "Are you?" I consider this. "Actually, yes. I'm sorry you had to learn the hard way that Simon only loves himself." Mother clears her throat. "Tessa, I know what I did was unforgivable, but I want you to understand. I thought I was protecting the family." "You were protecting Alexandra, like always." "Mabel?" "But I was also terrified of losing control, of losing you." "So, you decided to destroy me instead?" I thought if you were broken down enough, you'd need us. You'd come home." I stare at her. "That's the most twisted logic I've ever heard." "Oh no, I know it was wrong. But Tessa, you were always so independent, so strong. Even as a child, you didn't need anyone. Alexandra needed guidance, needed help. But you... What? You were perfect, and I was afraid that meant you didn't need your family. So, you decided to make me need you by destroying my life? Mother's eyes fill with tears. Yes. And I will regret it for the rest of my life. I look between them, my mother and sister, sitting in this expensive bar they can barely afford, sharing an appetizer because they're counting every dollar. The foundation board voted you out, I say to Mother. Yes. And the IRS is investigating the embezzlement charges. Yes. And Alexandra, you're working where now? A small firm in Queens, document review, minimum wage. I nod. Good. Good. Alexandra's voice cracks. You both needed to learn what consequences feel like, what it's like to lose everything because of your own choices. I stand up. But, here's the thing. I'm not like you. I don't take pleasure in other people's pain, even when they deserve it. I pull out my phone, send a quick text. What are you doing? Mother asks. Marcus, my financial advisor, just received instructions to set up a small monthly allowance for both of you. Nothing extravagant, enough to cover rent and groceries. Basic dignity. They stare at me. Why? Alexandra whispers. Because despite everything you did to me, I'm not you. I don't want to watch my family starve, even if they're not really my family anymore. Mother starts crying. Tessa, don't. This isn't forgiveness. This isn't reconciliation. This is just me choosing to be better than the people who raised me. I start to walk away, then turn back. Oh, and Mother? That recording at the gala? I've had it for weeks. I could have released it quietly, destroyed you privately. But you taught me that public humiliation is more effective. You planned all of it. Every single detail. From the moment you handed me that envelope at the wedding, I knew exactly how this would end. With us destroyed. With you facing consequences. There's a difference. I walk back to Josiah, who's been watching from our table. How do you feel? He asks as I sit down. Free. No regrets? About the revenge? No. About the allowance? We'll see. He raises his champagne glass. To new beginnings. To choosing better. We clink glasses. Across the bar, I can see Mother and Alexandra talking quietly, probably about the lifeline I just threw them. My phone buzzes. A text from an unknown number. This is Simon. I heard about your engagement. I'm happy for you. I'm sorry for everything. I show Josiah. What do you think? I think he's probably broke and hoping you'll help him too. I delete the message without responding. You know what the best part is? I tell Josiah. What? I didn't just get revenge. I got free. I got you. I got a life where people choose me first, not as a consolation prize. And them? I glance over at Mother and Alexandra one more time. They're gathering their things, preparing to leave. They get to live with their choices. They get to rebuild from nothing, just like they tried to make me do. The difference is, I'm giving them a chance to do it with dignity. That's generous. That's strategic. Now they can never say I was cruel. They can never claim I'm the villain. I gave them justice and mercy. We finish our champagne as the city lights begin to twinkle below us. Tomorrow, Josiah and I will finalize our wedding plans. Next month, we'll honeymoon in Tuscany. Next year, we'll probably start a family. And somewhere in Queens, Alexandra will be reviewing documents for minimum wage, learning what it means to earn your place in the world. Somewhere in a modest apartment, Mother will be clipping coupons and remembering what it felt like when she had power. And, somewhere out there, Simon will be discovering that charm without character gets you exactly nowhere. I didn't burn bridges. I rebuilt the whole damn city and left them wandering in the ashes of their own making. But I also gave them a map to find their way out. Whether they use it or not is up to them.
I still remember the exact moment my heart shattered, not from a breakup or a death, but from an empty driveway. My beautiful midnight blue Lexus RCF, the car I'd spent 3 years working overtime to afford, had vanished. In its place was nothing but oil stains on concrete and the echo of betrayal. My name is Delilah, and this is the story of how my own mother sold my car behind my back to fund my sister's honeymoon. I just finished a 12-hour shift at the dealership, my third job alongside waitressing and freelance graphic design. My feet were killing me, but I'd been smiling all day, thinking about taking my baby for a weekend drive. The moment I turned onto our street, something felt wrong. "Mom?" I called out, bursting through the front door. "Where's my car?" She was sitting at the kitchen table, calmly sipping tea like it was just another Tuesday afternoon. "Oh, honey, I meant to text you. Mr. Peterson from church gave us a great offer, $4,000 cash." The room started spinning. "You, what?" Skylar needed the extra money for her honeymoon. You know how expensive Bali is these days. She stirred her tea, the spoon clinking against porcelain with maddening precision. "Besides, you can always save up for another one." "That car was worth $20,000. My voice cracked. "I had the title in my name." "How did you even—" "I found it in your desk drawer." She waved dismissively. "Really, Delilah, you're being dramatic. Family comes first. You'll understand when you finally have a man of your own." I gripped the doorframe to steady myself. "Where's Skylar?" "Out with Remington, picking up their travel documents." Mom finally looked up, her expression hardening. "Don't you dare make her feel guilty about this. She's under enough stress planning the wedding." My phone buzzed. A text from Skylar. "OMG, sis, thank you so much. You're literally a lifesaver." I walked upstairs in a daze, ignoring Mom calling after me about dinner. My room felt foreign, violated. The desk drawer was slightly open, papers disturbed, 3 years of 60-hour weeks, missed parties, cheap ramen dinners, all gone in an afternoon without my consent. The worst part? I wasn't even surprised. This was just the latest in a lifetime of sacrifices I was expected to make for my sister, the family's golden child. My phone buzzed again. Gwen, my best friend. "Hey girl, want to grab drinks? You've been MIA lately." I called her immediately, my voice trembling as I spilled everything. "They did what?" Gwen's outrage was a lifeline. "That's literally theft. You could press charges." "They're family," I whispered, the word tasting bitter. "Family doesn't steal from family," Gwen shot back. "This is the last straw, Dell? Remember when they borrowed your college fund for Skylar's Sweet 16? Or when your mom gave away your art supplies because Skylar needed them for school?" I sank onto my bed, memories flooding back. I can't do this anymore." "Then don't." Gwen's voice softened. "Come stay with me. We'll figure it out." A knock at my door. "Delilah?" Mom's voice. "Don't forget you're handling the drink service at Skylar's engagement party tomorrow. We need you there by 4 to set up." I didn't answer. Instead, I opened my laptop and pulled up my bank account. $3,000, my entire savings. Not enough for another car, but maybe enough for a fresh start. Mom knocked again. "Delilah? Did you hear me?" I stared at my reflection in the dark computer screen. The girl looking back at me wasn't the same one who'd left for work this morning. Something had shifted, hardened, crystallized. "I'll be right down," I called back, my voice steady. But as I heard her footsteps retreat, I whispered a promise to myself, one that would change everything. They'll regret using me one day, and I'll make damn sure they know exactly why. I started packing that night, quietly sliding hangers across the rod in my closet. Each item felt like shedding skin: the good daughter, the reliable sister, the family doormat. By morning, I'd be gone. My phone lit up with another text from Skylar. "Found the perfect resort. This honeymoon is going to be epic. Love you, sis." I didn't reply. Instead, I deleted her number, then Mom's, then every family contact except Aunt Ruby, who'd been mysteriously absent from family functions for years. Now I thought I understood why. The last thing I packed was my car key. Useless now, but I kept it anyway. A reminder of what they took and what I'd never let anyone take from me again. Tomorrow, they'd wake up to an empty room and a note. Congratulations on the honeymoon. Consider this my wedding gift. Don't try to contact me. It wasn't much of a revenge, not yet, but it was a start. Living with Gwen felt like finally being able to breathe. No more walking on eggshells. No more last-minute demands. No more being volunteered for things without my consent. But memories have a way of ambushing you when you least expect them. Your sister's getting married today, Gwen mentioned casually over breakfast 3 weeks after I'd left. She was scrolling through Instagram, where Skylar had been documenting every second of her wedding preparations. I know. I stirred my coffee, remembering how I was supposed to be serving drinks at the reception. Mom called 12 times yesterday. You okay? I thought about all the weddings I'd helped plan, not as a bridesmaid, but as free labor. The countless times I'd heard, "It's not about you, Delilah," while being handed another task list. Remember Cousin Sarah's wedding? I said, managing a hollow laugh. Mom told everyone I was the wedding coordinator so they wouldn't have to hire one. I was 17. God, yes. Gwen put down her phone. You missed your art portfolio deadline because of that. The memory stung more than I expected. That portfolio could have gotten me into design school. Instead, I spent 2 weeks arranging flowers and managing vendors for free because family helps family. My phone buzzed, a text from an unknown number. It was Remington, my new brother-in-law. Real classy ghosting your sister's wedding. She's crying in the bridal suite. Hope you're happy. I blocked the number without responding. They're playing the victim, I told Gwen, showing her the text. Watch, by tomorrow I'll be the ungrateful daughter who abandoned her family. Speaking of ungrateful, Gwen hesitated. Your Aunt Ruby called the shop yesterday. She wants to meet you. Ruby, Mom's younger sister, who'd been effectively excommunicated from family gatherings years ago. No one ever explained why. What did she say? Just that she understands what you're going through, and that there's a lot you should know. I was cleaning out my old backpack that evening when a business card fell out. Luxury auto detailing certification, weekend workshop. I'd signed up months ago, back when I still had my car. You should go, Gwen said, reading over my shoulder. It's next weekend. You already paid for it. What's the point? I don't even have... Stop. Gwen grabbed my shoulders. Your whole life has been about what you don't have, what they took from you. Maybe it's time to focus on what you could build instead. The workshop was being held at a high-end garage across town. I almost turned back twice on the bus ride there, but something kept me going. Maybe spite, maybe hope, maybe both. I was the only woman in a room of 20 students. The instructor raised an eyebrow when I walked in. You sure you're in the right place, sweetheart? Absolutely. I met his gaze. Unless you think the paint correction and ceramic coating is too complicated for my delicate hands. A few guys snickered. The instructor looked at me for a long moment, then smiled. All right then, show us what you've got. By lunch break, I'd outperformed half the class. By day's end, the instructor pulled me aside. You've got a natural eye for this, he said. Ever thought about going professional? Before I could answer, my phone rang. Mom's number. I declined it, but not before seeing her text. We need to talk about what you've done to this family. What I'd done to the family? I thought about my stolen car, my lost opportunities, my suffocated dreams. Something snapped. I called her back. Finally, she answered on the first ring. Do you have any idea? No, Mom, you're going to listen. My voice was steady, foreign to my own ears. I'm done being the family ATM, done being Skylar's backup plan, done with all of it. How dare you? After everything you've what? Taken from me? I worked 3 jobs to buy that car, 3 jobs, and you sold it like it was yours to sell. It was for your sister's happiness. And what about my happiness? The words echoed in the empty garage. Did that ever matter to you? Silence. Don't contact me again, I said. I mean it this time. I hung up and blocked her number before she could respond. My hands were shaking, but my mind was clearer than it had been in years. The instructor was still waiting, pretending he hadn't heard everything. So, about going professional? I looked at the practice car we'd been working on all day, a Ferrari 488 that gleamed like liquid metal under the garage lights. For the first time since losing my car, I felt a spark of something like purpose. Tell me more. As I left the garage that evening, I found a text from Aunt Ruby. Heard what happened. When you're ready to know the whole story, I'm here. History has a way of repeating itself in our family. I saved her number. Something told me I'd need it soon. But first, I had a business to build. Starting a business with nothing but determination and a Walmart toolkit isn't glamorous. My first mobile detailing service consisted of me lugging supplies on the bus to client driveways, but every car I touched, I treated like it was that Ferrari from the workshop. You spent 2 hours on a 2008 Civic? Gwen asked one evening, watching me count out my first week's earnings. $100 isn't worth that much effort. Every car deserves perfection, I replied, arranging my tools for the next day. Besides, that Civic owner knows 3 people with BMWs. Word spread slowly at first. I printed flyers at the library, haunted car shows with business cards, and documented every detail job on social media. Most weekends, I was the only woman at local car meets, but I learned to turn the skepticism into opportunities. You sure you can handle a Porsche? A guy smirked at me during a Saturday meet. This isn't a Honda, sweetheart. I pointed to his side mirror. You've got water spots eating into your clear coat. Give me an hour and I'll show you the difference between a wash and a detail. He laughed but handed over his keys. 2 hours later, his guards dropped as he circled his car under the sunlight. Holy shit, he whispered. It looks better than when I bought it. The Porsche owner became my first regular client. He also ran a car enthusiast group on Facebook with over 10,000 members. One rainy Tuesday, my phone buzzed with a notification. Someone had posted a TikTok of me working on a McLaren at a car show, captioned, "Watch this girl transform this 300K car." By evening, it had 2 million views. My Instagram following jumped from 200 to 20,000 overnight. The next morning, my booking calendar crashed from requests. I needed help, fast. I can't keep doing this from a backpack, I told Gwen, staring at my phone in disbelief. I need a proper setup. What about that tax return you were saving? I bit my lip. That money was supposed to be for another car, but sometimes you have to choose between what you lost and what you could gain. 3 days later, I was signing papers for a used van. It wasn't pretty, but with some modifications, it would become a mobile detailing studio. Every night after client jobs, I worked on converting it, installing water tanks, mounting pressure washers, wiring LED lighting. The first time I pulled up to a client's house in my branded van instead of carrying supplies on foot, I felt like I'd crossed an invisible line. No more amateur hour. This was real. My phone rang. An unknown number. Is this Delilah from Signature Detailing? A man's voice, confident and direct. Yes, it is. I'm Jarvis. I saw your work on that McLaren. I have something special that needs attention. Are you familiar with prototype vehicles? My heart skipped. Depends on the prototype. Let's just say it's worth more than most houses. Can you be discreet? I thought about all the times I'd been underestimated, overlooked, dismissed. Send me the address. I'll bring my best tools. One more thing, he said. This isn't just about cleaning. This car is debuting at the International Auto Show next month. It needs to be perfect. Perfect is what I do. After hanging up, I sat in my van, hands trembling slightly. This could be the break I'd been waiting for, or the mistake that ended my business before it really began. My phone buzzed again. A text from Aunt Ruby. Saw your detailing video. Your mother must be furious. You're succeeding without her permission. When are we having that coffee? Before I could reply, another notification popped up. Someone had tagged me in a Facebook post. It was my sister Skylar sharing photos from her honeymoon, missing my amazing family, except those who choose not to be part of it anymore. I closed the app and started the van. Let them talk, let them post passive-aggressive comments. I had a prototype to prepare for. That evening, I invested in new equipment, ceramic coating compounds, paint correction tools, the highest grade detailing products I could find. If this Jarvis job went well, it could change everything. Gwen found me in the garage at midnight, practicing paint correction techniques on an old panel. You know, she said, leaning against the doorframe, your mom always said you were terrible with cars. Called it your silly little hobby. I buffed another section to a mirror finish. Funny how people confuse you can't with I won't let you. Speaking of won't let you, Gwen held up her phone. Skylar's been asking around about your business. Apparently, Remington knows some people in the car world. I kept working, each stroke of the buffer more determined than the last. They had their chance to be part of this. Now they get to watch from the outside. Tomorrow, I'd meet Jarvis and his mystery prototype. But tonight, in this garage, I was already winning. Jarvis's private garage looked more like a museum, spotlights illuminated vehicles worth more than I'd make in 10 lifetimes. But nothing prepared me for what was hidden under the black silk cover in the center. Ready? Jarvis asked, hand on the fabric. I nodded, gripping my detail kit tighter. He pulled the cover away, revealing a car that made my heart stop. A one-of-one prototype hypercar, its carbon fiber body flowing like liquid metal. This wasn't just a car, it was automotive artwork. $2.1 million, Jarvis said quietly. The only one in existence. Think you can handle it? I walked around the vehicle slowly, analyzing every curve, every shadow. What's the timeline? The unveiling is in 3 days. I need it to look better than perfect. I opened my kit and pulled out my inspection light. Then we should get started. For the next 72 hours, I lived in that garage. Every millimeter of paint received my attention. I worked through meals, through muscle aches, through moments of panic when I thought I'd never meet my own standards. Jarvis watched occasionally, saying little but noting everything. On the final day, as I applied the last layer of ceramic coating, he broke his silence. You know, I've had every major detailing company beg for this job. He stepped closer, examining my work, but none of them had what I saw in your videos. And what's that? Respect for the art. You don't just clean cars, you restore their soul. I stepped back, surveying the finished product. The paint was so perfect it seemed to bend light itself. It's ready. Almost. Jarvis pulled something from his pocket, a chrome license plate frame with my company logo. The car needs to wear your signature at the unveiling. My throat tightened. You want my brand on your prototype? I want everyone to know who made it look this good. He handed me an envelope, including the press. Inside was an invitation to the International Auto Show's VIP preview, not as staff, but as his guest. The morning of the unveiling, I stood in the crowd wearing the only designer dress I owned. Cameras flashed as Jarvis took the stage. Today, we're not just revealing a car, he announced. We're celebrating artistry in all forms. This vehicle was prepared by an extraordinary detailing artist, Delilah from Signature Detailing. The spotlight found me. Applause filled the room. Journalists scribbled notes. Would you like to say a few words? Jarvis gestured to the microphone. Walking to that stage, I thought about every person who said I couldn't, shouldn't, wouldn't succeed. My hands weren't shaking anymore. They say perfection is impossible, I began. But when you love what you do, when you respect the craft, perfection becomes a promise. Every vehicle deserves to shine, from vintage daily drivers to multi-million-dollar prototypes. That's what Signature Detailing stands for. The response was immediate. Business cards appeared from everywhere. Representatives from luxury dealerships wanted meetings. A magazine editor requested an interview. You're trending on Twitter, Gwen texted. The detail queen strikes again. As the crowd dispersed, Jarvis pulled me aside. Check your emails. 3 of my collector friends already requested your services. Exclusive contracts. All of them. My phone buzzed continuously with notifications. Among them was a message from an unexpected source, Remington, my brother-in-law. Saw your work at the show. Impressive. I have an anniversary gift for Skylar that needs attention. Name your price. I almost deleted it. Almost. But something made me pause. Everything okay? Jarvis asked, noticing my expression. Just family complications. I put my phone away. Nothing that matters today. Family's always complicated. He smiled knowingly. But success is the best revenge, isn't it? I watched as his prototype was carefully moved to its display platform, my company logo catching the light. Sometimes revenge is just a bonus. That evening, I returned to my apartment to find flowers from various luxury car clubs and detailing supply companies. My inbox had over 300 messages. The local business journal wanted to feature me in their 30 under 30 section. Gwen was waiting with champagne. To the detail queen! As we celebrated, my phone lit up with a text from Aunt Ruby. Saw you on the automotive news sites. Your mother must be losing her mind. Coffee tomorrow? I looked at my calendar, already filling up with high-end clients, and found a free slot. Maybe it was time to hear the family history she'd been wanting to share. But first, I had to decide about Remington's request. The irony wasn't lost on me. The same family that sold my car behind my back now wanted my expertise for theirs. What are you thinking? Gwen asked, noting my contemplation. I sipped my champagne, remembering Skylar's dismissive words about my silly car obsession at her wedding. I'm thinking some lessons need to be taught in person. The next morning, I replied to Remington, Signature Detailing accepts your request. Studio pickup only. No exceptions. Sometimes the best revenge isn't saying no, it's saying yes on your own terms. The morning Skylar was scheduled to drop off Remington's car, I made sure everything in my studio was perfect. Every tool gleamed, every product was precisely aligned, and my wall of press coverage and certifications was impossible to miss. You're evil, Gwen said, watching me adjust the lighting. I love it. It's not about being evil. I positioned the latest automotive magazine featuring my work. It's about being professional. The security system chimed. A white Range Rover pulled into the lot, last year's model, I noted. Not the latest. Interesting. Skylar stepped out looking exactly as I remembered, designer sunglasses and perfectly styled hair. But something was different. Her shoulders were tenser, her smile less certain. Welcome to Signature Detailing, I said, keeping my voice neutral and professional. She froze halfway through the door, recognition hitting her. Delilah? The very same. I gestured to the client lounge. Would you like some coffee while we discuss the service package? Skylar stood there, mouth slightly open, taking in the high-end facility. Her eyes landed on the magazine cover where I was photographed next to Jarvis's prototype. I didn't realize this was your place, she stammered. Rem just said it was the best detailing shop in the city. We pride ourselves on our reputation. I pulled up her file on my tablet. Now about the anniversary gift. Right. She seemed to gather herself. It's our first anniversary next month. Rem wants the Range Rover perfect. I noted how she said the Range Rover instead of my Range Rover. Another interesting detail. Our premium package includes paint correction, ceramic coating, and interior restoration. I quoted the price, deliberately higher than what I'd charge anyone else. Skylar's face tightened. That's more than we expected. We can discuss payment plans, I offered, knowing it would sting. No, it's fine. She pulled out a credit card too quickly. Rem said spare no expense. As I processed the payment, Skylar wandered the studio, stopping at each award and magazine feature. Her designer bag, I noticed, was last season's model too. So, she tried for casual conversation. You've done really well for yourself. I have. Mom sees you in magazines sometimes. She keeps them, even though she pretends not to care. I continued typing, not looking up. How is Mom? She misses you. We all do. Skylar's voice softened. Things haven't been the same since I stopped letting everyone take advantage of me. The silence was heavy. Through the window, I could see her Range Rover, the paint showing signs of neglect, just like my old Lexus probably looked now. Things aren't great with Rem's business, Skylar suddenly blurted out. The startup failed. We had to sell the house, move into a condo. I looked at her then, really looked at her. The designer clothes couldn't hide the worry lines, the slight tremor in her hands. I'm sorry to hear that. No, you're not. She laughed bitterly. You probably think it's karma. Actually, I think it's life. I handed her the receipt. Sometimes things don't work out the way we planned. Like your car? She winced immediately. I'm sorry, that was awful. I never thanked you properly for that. You never thanked me at all. I know. She twisted her wedding ring, a noticeably smaller diamond than her engagement ring. I was selfish. We all were. A notification popped up on my screen, another booking from Jarvis, this time for his entire collection. "Your car will be ready next Friday," I said, standing. "Studio pickup only, as discussed." Skylar nodded, then paused at the door. "Do you ever think about coming back? To the family?" I thought about Mom's dismissive words, about birthdays forgotten, about dreams sacrificed, about my car, sold without a second thought. I never left the family, Skylar. The family left me. I gestured to my studios. But look what happened when I stopped waiting for their approval. She glanced at her Range Rover, then at the wall of my achievements. "You know what Mom said when she saw you in that car magazine?" I shook my head. She said, "I always knew she was special." Can you believe that? After everything. Goodbye, Skylar. After she left, Gwen emerged from the office. "Well, that was intense. Did you notice?" I asked. "About their money troubles?" "Hard to miss. Last season's everything. Nervous about the service cost." Gwen paused. "You're not feeling sorry for them, are you?" I thought about Skylar's words from the day my car was sold. "Don't be dramatic. It's not like your life depends on it." "No," I said, picking up my detailing tools. "I'm thinking about how life has a way of teaching its own lessons." My phone buzzed, a text from Aunt Ruby. "Still on for coffee? There's something you need to know about your mother's past." I looked at my schedule, then at the Range Rover waiting to be detailed. Some revelations could wait another day. After all, I had a car to transform, and a point to prove. The coffee shop was quiet when I met Aunt Ruby. She looked exactly as I remembered, the black sheep of the family who disappeared from our lives years ago. Now I understood why. "You've made quite a name for yourself," she said, sliding a business magazine across the table. The headline read, "Detail Queen scores 2.3 MIPS. Custom car deal." "It's just work," I replied, but couldn't help smiling. That's what I said too, 20 years ago. Ruby stirred her coffee. "When I started my own business instead of working for your mother's precious family company." I sat up straighter. "What family company?" "The one she sold to fund Skylar's private school." Ruby's eyes met mine. "The one that should have been half mine." The pieces started falling into place. "Is that why you stopped coming to family events?" "I stopped being invited." She pulled out an old photo, two young women standing in front of a small but successful-looking boutique. "Your mother and I built that place from nothing. But when it came time to expand, she decided my shares would be better used for her daughter's future." "Skylar's future?" I corrected. "Always Skylar?" Ruby's voice was tired. "History repeats itself, doesn't it?" My phone buzzed, a news notification about my latest project. Mom's number appeared seconds later, her first attempt to contact me in months. "Let me guess," Ruby said, watching my expression. "She's seen the headlines?" I played the voicemail on speaker. "Delilah, we need to talk. This has gone on long enough. Skylar says you're doing well. Let's discuss how we can bring you back into the family business." "Family business?" I laughed bitterly. "What family business?" "The one she's inventing right now." Ruby's smile was knowing. "Your success threatens her narrative. She needs to make it look like she was behind it all along." Another text came through from Skylar. "Mom's really trying, Dell. Maybe it's time to forgive and forget." "Forgive and forget," I repeated out loud. Like they forgot about my college fund? My car? My dreams? "They never forgot," Ruby said quietly. "They just didn't care. Not until you became something they couldn't control." The coffee shop's TV caught my attention. A local news segment about my latest project was playing. The reporter was standing in front of my studio, talking about the meteoric rise of the Detail Queen. "Your mother hates that nickname, by the way," Ruby mentioned. "She told everyone at church it was unladylike to work on cars." I thought about my gleaming studio, my waiting list of celebrity clients, the custom car contract worth millions. Good thing I stopped caring what she thinks. That's what terrifies her most. Ruby reached into her bag and pulled out another photo, this one of a teenage me working on an old car in our driveway. "She sent me this years ago, complaining about your phase. I kept it because I saw something she didn't." "What's that?" "A girl who was going to break free, one way or another." My phone buzzed again, an email from my lawyer about the custom car contract. The numbers made my head spin. $2.3 million for the build, plus exclusive maintenance rights. They're going to try to be part of this, Ruby warned. Your mother, Skylar, they'll want to share in your success without acknowledging their part in your struggle. Let them try. I stood up, gathering my things. I've got a contract to sign. Delilah, Ruby called as I turned to leave. There's one more thing you should know. The day your mother sold our business, she said exactly what she said about your car. Family comes first. I paused. What did you do? I built something bigger. She smiled. And I made sure she saw every headline, every success, every milestone she could have been part of. Walking back to my studio, I checked my messages. 3 more missed calls from Mom, 2 texts from Skylar, and 1 email from Remington asking about family rates for future services. Instead of responding, I called my lawyer. The custom car contract. I want my company name prominently featured, not just on the car, but in all press releases and media coverage. Already done, she replied. The first press conference is next week. Your mother's going to see you everywhere. Good. I watched my reflection in the studio windows, no longer the girl who let her car be sold, but the woman who built an empire from that betrayal. Let's make sure she never forgets what she threw away. That evening, I sent 1 text to my mother. You're right. Family does come first. That's why I'm putting myself first from now on. Then I blocked her number again and went back to work. After all, I had a multi-million-dollar car to build and a point to prove about what happens when you underestimate the wrong daughter. Aunt Ruby's final words echoed in my mind. Success isn't just about proving them wrong. It's about proving yourself right. And I was just getting started. The custom car was finished, a masterpiece of engineering and design with my company's brand prominently displayed on its sleek surface. As I pulled into my old neighborhood, the $2.3 million vehicle purred like a contented cat. I'd chosen this moment carefully, Sunday afternoon when Mom would be returning from church. Right on schedule, her old Buick appeared in my rearview mirror. I watched her expression change in slow motion as she registered the exotic car in her driveway. She pulled up behind me, practically jumping out of her car before it stopped moving. Oh my goodness! She rushed forward, still in her church clothes. What a beautiful... Wait, is that... I stepped out, dressed in a tailored suit that cost more than her monthly mortgage. Hello, Mom. She froze, one hand clutching her chest. Delilah? But whose car is this? Are you dating someone? A billionaire? No, Mom. I handed her a folder containing the vehicle's title and build specifications. This is my car. I own the company that built it. Her hands trembled as she opened the folder. The numbers jumped out immediately, 2.3 million, with my name on every page. But how? Her voice had gone small. Your little detailing business. The same one you said was a waste of time? I kept my voice level. It's not so little anymore. The front door opened. Skylar appeared, still in her pajamas despite the late hour. Mom? What's going on? Your sister? Mom gestured helplessly at the car. She's successful? I supplied, without any help from family. Skylar's eyes widened as she recognized my company's logo on the car. Oh my God, Del, is this the contract Rem was talking about? The very same. I adjusted my designer sunglasses. Though, I'm sure he left out the part where he tried to get a family discount. Mom was still staring at the paperwork. But this is more money than you got for selling Aunt Ruby's share of the business? I watched her head snap up. Or more than you got for selling my car. That's not fair, she whispered. Everything I did was for this family. No. I took the folder back. Everything you did was for the version of family you wanted. The one where Skylar was the star and I was the support act. Neighbors were starting to peek out their windows. Mrs. Patterson from next door was openly recording with her phone. We can talk about this inside, Mom suggested, suddenly aware of the attention. There's nothing to talk about. I opened my car door. I just came to show you what your silly little hobby turned into. So you're just going to disappear again? Skylar called out, her voice cracking. After everything? I paused, one foot in the car. Funny. That's exactly what I wanted to ask when my car disappeared. But nobody seemed interested in my feelings then. We can make this right, Mom pleaded. We're still family. I looked at her, really looked at her. The woman who had controlled my life through guilt and manipulation, who had dismissed my dreams until they became too big to ignore. You know what the difference is between then and now? I started the engine, its sound drawing more neighbors outside. I don't need your approval anymore. I don't need anything from you. Delilah, please. Mom stepped forward. The car you sold? It was worth $20,000. This one? I revved the engine. This one's worth 2.3 million, and the best part, you can't touch it. You can't sell it. You can't take it away. Skylar had moved to the driveway, her expression a mix of awe and regret. We were wrong, okay? Is that what you want to hear? What I wanted to hear was no when Mom suggested selling my car. What I wanted was a sister who stood up for me just once. The engine hummed, ready to go. Through the windows, I could see my mother's reflection, smaller somehow, less intimidating than the woman who had ruled my life for so long. Your father would be so disappointed. She tried one last time. I laughed, actually laughed. Dad left because of your controlling nature, Mom. Aunt Ruby told me everything. Funny how that story never came up at family dinners. The color drained from her face. Behind her, Skylar's mouth fell open. Goodbye, Mom. I shifted into gear. Don't worry about calling. I'll be too busy running my multi-million-dollar company to answer. As I pulled away, I caught one last glimpse in my rearview mirror. My mother, standing in her driveway, clutching the empty folder, watching her carefully constructed narrative crumble around her. Skylar, frozen in place, finally seeing me as I was, not the sister she could use, but the woman who had outgrown them all. The custom car purred down the street, my company logo gleaming in the sunlight. In my pocket, my phone was already buzzing with messages, probably neighbors spreading the news, family members choosing sides. But for the first time in my life, I didn't care what any of them thought. I had built something they couldn't take away, couldn't diminish, couldn't control. I was finally completely free. The video of my driveway showdown went viral faster than I expected. Local news picked it up first, then national outlets started calling. Detail Queen confronts family who sold her car. Now she's worth millions. Your inbox is exploding, Gwen said, scrolling through messages at the studio. Half the neighborhood's trying to contact you. Let them. I was focused on the custom car's final touches. They all watched Mom control my life for years. Now they can watch me live it on my terms. My phone buzzed. Aunt Ruby. Saw the video. How are you holding up? Better than expected? I sent back a photo of me working on the multi-million-dollar vehicle. How's Mom taking it? She's telling everyone you're having a breakdown, that you'll come to your senses soon. I laughed, but it wasn't bitter anymore. Just tired. Some things never change. The studio door chimed. A familiar figure walked in, Mrs. Patterson from next door, the one who'd recorded everything. I brought something for you. She held out a small photo album. I've lived next door for 20 years, watched everything. Inside were photos I'd never seen. Teenage me working on cars in the driveway, staying up late to study while lights blazed from Skylar's party next door, leaving for my third job while Mom showed off Skylar's engagement ring to visitors. I should have said something back then, Mrs. Patterson said quietly. We all should have. Before I could respond, another chime. This time it was Remington, looking decidedly less polished than usual. Skylar's devastated, he announced without preamble. Your mother's a mess. Is this what you wanted? I handed the photo album to Gwen and faced him. What I wanted was respect, basic decency, a family that didn't treat me like an ATM. They made mistakes. No, I cut him off. Mistakes are forgetting birthdays or missing dinner. They systematically dismantled every dream I had until I built ones they couldn't touch. So that's it? You're just done with family? I gestured to my studio, my team, the custom car gleaming under perfect lighting. This is my family now, people who value what I create instead of what they can take from it. He left without another word. Mrs. Patterson squeezed my hand and followed. That evening, Aunt Ruby came by the studio. She walked around the custom car, whistling low. This is what freedom looks like, huh? Something like that. Your mother called me today, she said, running a hand along the car's perfect finish. Wanted me to talk sense into you. And? I told her she lost the right to define what sense means for you a long time ago. Ruby smiled. Then I hung up and bought shares in your company. I blinked. You what? Consider it an investment in karma. She handed me a contract and a way to show them what real family support looks like. My phone buzzed again. Skylar. I listed my Range Rover for sale today. Guess we both lost our cars now? I deleted the message without responding. Some bridges aren't meant to be rebuilt. You know, they'll keep trying, Ruby said, watching me. It's not about love. It's about control. Let them try. I started shutting down the studio for the night. I'm not that girl anymore. As if on cue, a final visitor appeared. Mom, clutching her purse like a shield. Just hear me out, she started. No. My voice was calm, final. You don't get to rewrite this story. I'm your mother. You're a woman who taught me exactly what kind of parent I never want to be. I met her eyes. Thank you for that lesson, at least. She stepped back like I'd slapped her. So this is really it? You're choosing cars over family? I'm choosing myself. I locked the studio door. You should try it sometime. That night, I sat in my custom car, parked at the overlook where I used to dream about escaping. My phone showed dozens of missed calls, messages, social media tags. The video had spread everywhere, sparking debates about toxic families, financial abuse, revenge success stories. But I wasn't reading any of it. Instead, I was looking at the contract Ruby had brought, her investment in my company, made in my name only. No strings, no control, no manipulation, just belief in what I'd built. I signed it right there, using the car's hood as a desk. Then I blocked every number except Ruby's and Gwen's. Some would call it revenge, others might say it's running away, but as I started the engine, my engine, in my car, built by my company, I knew what it really was. Freedom. Not the kind bought with money or status or viral videos. The kind earned by finally understanding that family isn't about sharing blood, it's about sharing respect. I pulled away from the overlook, leaving the past where it belonged. Ahead lay contracts to fulfill, cars to build, and a life entirely my own. This time, nobody could sell it out from under me.
The day Wesley left, he didn't even look me in the eyes. He just packed his expensive suits into designer luggage while I stood in our bedroom doorway, still holding the phone with the photos my cousin had accidentally on purpose sent me. Photos of them together. Photos that explained all the late nights at the office, all the sudden business trips, all the times he couldn't make it to family dinners because he was working. My name is Caitlin, and at 38 years old, I watch my life crumble in the space of an afternoon. I'll have my lawyer contact yours, he said, zipping up the last bag. We should keep this civil. Civil? I laughed, but it came out more like a sob. Like sneaking around with my cousin Viviana was civil. He finally looked up, and I saw something flicker across his face. Not guilt, just annoyance. You were always so focused on your career, Caitlin. What did you expect? I was speechless. My career. I'd given up my position at the architecture firm to support his law practice, to host his client dinners, to be the perfect wife he'd said he needed. The next few weeks passed in a blur of papers to sign and accounts to divide. Half our savings disappeared overnight. The house had to be sold. My family, the same people who'd celebrated our wedding 5 years ago, started whispering. Then the whispers turned to open commentary. Well, you know how Caitlin is, my sister Penny said at a family dinner I wasn't invited to but heard about later. Always had her head in the clouds. Men need attention. My Aunt Greta was worse. She cornered me at the grocery store, her perfectly manicured nails digging into my arm. You should have seen it coming, dear. Viviana was always more suited for Wesley, more traditional. Traditional? Right, because nothing says traditional like stealing your cousin's husband. When the dust settled, I had nowhere to go. My father Lonnie offered me the basement of my grandmother's old house, the house he'd inherited last year. He didn't say much else, just handed me the key and walked away, shoulders slumped like I was his great disappointment. The basement was exactly as I remembered it from childhood, dark, musty, with water stains on the concrete walls and spiders in every corner. I set up my air mattress under the single window well, arranged my remaining clothes in an old dresser, and tried to pretend this was temporary. That first night, I could hear them all upstairs. My father had invited the family over for dinner, everyone except me. Their laughter filtered through the floorboards, along with the scraping of chairs and the clinking of glasses. "Poor Caitlin," I heard Penny say, her voice carrying through the heating vent. "She really hit rock bottom, didn't she?" "Well," Greta replied, "at least she has somewhere to stay. Though I doubt she'll be invited to the family trip next month. We can't have her energy ruining the mood." More laughter. Someone made a joke about basement dwellers. I pulled my knees to my chest and pressed my face against them, feeling the hot tears slide down my cheeks. Then Viviana's voice, sweet as poison. "Wesley and I were thinking of hosting Thanksgiving this year, in our new house." Our new house? The one they'd bought with his half of our savings. I lifted my head and looked around the basement. In the corner, a spider was building its web, methodically connecting one thread to another, creating something from nothing. I watched it work as the voices continued above, as they planned their lives around my absence, as they wrote me off as the family failure. My phone buzzed, a group text I hadn't been removed from yet. Vacation plans, all of them coordinating which luxury resort to book. Viviana suggested the one Wesley and I had honeymooned at. No one objected. I got up slowly and walked to the small bathroom mirror, cracked at one corner. The woman looking back at me wasn't the same one who'd stood in designer heels at charity galas last year. This woman had shadows under her eyes and defeat in her posture. But as I stared at my reflection, something else flickered in those eyes, something hard and cold and determined. They thought this was my ending, the cautionary tale they'd tell at family gatherings. "Remember what happened to Caitlin?" I looked back at the spider, still weaving its web. Patient, methodical, invisible until it was too late. A smile crept across my face, the first real one in weeks. They all thought the story was over, that I'd fade into the basement and disappear. But they were wrong. I wasn't at rock bottom, I was at my beginning. I pulled out my laptop, the one thing I'd insisted on keeping in the divorce, and opened a new browser window. "Real estate investment strategies," I typed. Then, "how to create an LLC." Above me, the laughter continued. Let them laugh. They thought it was over. But I'd just begun. 3 months into my basement life, I discovered something interesting. Real estate seminars love desperate people. Every weekend, I'd slip out of the house before dawn and drive to hotel conference rooms filled with others like me, people looking for a way up from rock bottom. "The key is finding motivated sellers," the presenter said one Saturday, his smile too white under the fluorescent lights. "People who need to sell quickly, quietly, and below market value." I took notes until my hand cramped. Between seminars, I watched every YouTube video I could find about property investment. My laptop became my lifeline, my education, my escape from the whispers upstairs. Then came the call that changed everything. "Caitlin?" My Aunt Andrea's voice wavered on the phone. I need some advice." I hadn't heard from Andrea in months. She'd been one of the quieter ones during my fall from grace, neither defending nor attacking me. Now she sounded afraid. "What's wrong?" I asked, sitting up on my air mattress. "The medical bills?" She paused. "I can't keep up. The cottage? I think I need to sell it." The cottage. My grandmother's favourite property, the one she'd used as a summer home, the one everyone assumed would go to Greta eventually. "Have you told anyone else?" I asked carefully. No, Andrea whispered. I'm too embarrassed. Greta would... You know how she gets. I did know. I also knew something no one else did. Grandma had left me a small inheritance. Nothing huge, but enough, if used carefully. I might know someone who could help, I said, but it would need to be handled quietly. 2 days later, I sat across from Andrea in a small coffee shop, sliding papers across the table. My newly formed LLC's name sat at the top. Phoenix Rising Properties. This is below market value, she said, frowning at the offer. It's cash, I replied. No waiting, no real estate agents, no family drama, just a quick private sale. She signed that afternoon. No one in the family knew. The next morning, my phone exploded with notifications. A family group text about Grandma's estate entering probate. Can't wait to see how this all shakes out, Penny wrote, though some people obviously won't be getting anything. 3 laughing emojis followed. Obviously, Viviana replied, some people don't deserve to inherit anything. I smiled at my phone, thinking of the deed sitting in my LLC's name, if they only knew. Later that week, I had a doctor's appointment. Routine checkup, nothing special. In the waiting room, I picked up a magazine and flipped to the horoscope section, something I'd never bothered with before. Your inheritance will not come as expected, it read, but as earned. I laughed out loud, earning strange looks from other patients. That evening, I drove past Andrea's cottage, my cottage now. It needed work, peeling paint, sagging gutters, overgrown garden, but I could see its potential. Just like I could see the potential in my own slow, quiet revenge. My phone buzzed, another family group text. Big news, Greta wrote. Family reunion next month at the main house. Everyone's expected to attend. A pause, then, well, almost everyone. I'll bring champagne, Viviana chimed in. Wesley just made partner at his firm. I switched off my phone and walked the perimeter of the cottage, making notes on my tablet. The property needed about $20,000 in repairs. Once fixed, it would be worth triple what I'd paid. A car slowed as it passed, and I recognized Ivan, my sister's husband, behind the wheel. He squinted at me through the window, but didn't stop. I waved cheerfully, just another stranger admiring the property. That night, back in my basement, I could hear them talking about the cottage sale upstairs. Andrea sold it, Greta's voice was shrill, without telling anyone. To whom? Some investment company, Ivan replied. I drove by today, saw someone looking at it. This is ridiculous, Penny added. That cottage should have stayed in the family. What about the inheritance? I pulled out my laptop and opened my investment spreadsheet. Andrea's cottage was just the beginning. I'd done my research. I knew who else in the family was struggling. Uncle Benjamin's farm was mortgaged to the hilt. Greta had made some bad investments lately. Even Ivan, for all his bluster, was leveraged more than he let on. They all thought they were waiting for an inheritance. None of them realized they were sitting on properties they'd need to sell long before that. My phone buzzed one last time, a private message from Wesley. Heard you're still in the basement. Need help finding an apartment? I didn't reply. Instead, I opened my browser and started researching property tax records. One piece at a time, I thought. One quiet purchase after another. Let them laugh. Let them plan their reunions without me. Let them think I was still that broken woman in the basement. I had work to do. Uncle Benjamin's hands shook as he signed the papers. We sat in a quiet diner 2 towns over where no one would recognize us. His once proud shoulders were slumped. His farmer's tan faded after months of avoiding creditors. "You're sure your buyer will let me stay on as caretaker?" he asked, his voice rough. I nodded, keeping my face neutral. "The LLC needs someone who knows the property. You'll have a place to live, a small salary. No one needs to know you sold." He pushed the papers back across the sticky diner table. Another property for Phoenix Rising LLC, another piece of the puzzle falling into place. That afternoon, my phone lit up with a message from Penny. "Someone's buying up family properties. Ivan's looking into it. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you?" I typed back, "Hard to know much from the basement." Added a sad emoji for effect. Minutes later, I heard her stomping around upstairs talking to Ivan. "She's useless. Probably doesn't even know what an LLC is." I smiled at my ceiling. The family meeting that weekend was predictably tense. I wasn't invited, of course, but I could hear everything through the heating vent. They gathered in the dining room above my basement apartment, their voices carrying clearly. "This is suspicious," Ivan declared. "Same LLC buying everything. Has to be someone who knows our situation." "Well, it's not like they're stealing anything," Viviana said. "People are choosing to sell." "Because they're desperate," Greta snapped. "And speaking of desperate, my investment group just collapsed. Everything I put in, gone." The silence that followed was heavy. I closed my eyes, picturing their faces. Counting down in my head, 3, 2, 1. "I might have to sell the house," Greta whispered. The eruption was immediate. Everyone talking at once, offering suggestions, making demands. I opened my laptop and started preparing the paperwork. I'd been waiting for this. 2 days later, my scout, a retired real estate agent I'd hired, made Greta an offer through Phoenix Rising LLC. She accepted within hours, thinking she'd outsmarted the buyer by demanding a quick close. The family group chat exploded again. "Penny, another property gone. Ivan, this is getting ridiculous. Who is buying everything?" Viviana, "At least we're secure. Wesley's firm is doing amazing." Greta, "I got a good price, better than any of you offered to help." I closed the chat and drove to the Victorian estate, the crown jewel of the family properties. I'd bought it 3 months ago when another aunt needed to pay for her husband's medical care. No one had connected the dots yet. The renovation crews were making good progress. New roof, updated electrical, restored hardwood floors. This was where the family had held every major event for generations, where Wesley and I had our wedding reception, where he danced with Viviana while I chatted with donors for his firm. "Miss Caitlin," one of the workers called down from a ladder, "where do you want the new chandelier?" "Centre of the ballroom," I replied. "Make it shine." A car pulled into the driveway. Wendy, my cousin, Benjamin's daughter. She'd been quiet during my divorce, neither attacking nor defending. Now she walked toward me, her eyes taking in the renovation work. "Quite a project," she said carefully. "The new owner must be invested in the family history." I met her gaze steadily. "I'm sure they are." She nodded slowly, something flickering behind her eyes. Recognition? Suspicion? But she said nothing more, just turned and left. That evening, Penny hosted a family brunch. I watched the Instagram stories roll in. Mimosas, laughter, Viviana draped over Wesley's arm. Then Penny's voice, slightly slurred. "Whoever's buying these properties is going to be sorry when the will is finalised. They don't know what's coming." I was walking to my car when it happened. My keys slipped from my hand, clattering on the pavement. As I bent to retrieve them, I heard a sharp intake of breath. Wendy stood nearby, staring at my keychain, specifically at the small metal logo of Phoenix Rising LLC. Our eyes met. Her mouth opened slightly, then closed. She glanced at the Victorian estate behind us, then back at me. Understanding dawned on her face. "Well," she said softly, "that explains a lot." I waited for her to say more, to run inside and expose everything. Instead, she smiled. A real smile, not the fake ones I'd grown used to from family. "The chandelier will look beautiful," she said, then walked away. I stood there, keys in hand, watching her go. The sun was setting behind the Victorian estate, making the new windows gleam like fire. From inside, I could hear the renovation crew working, transforming the space that had witnessed so many family dramas. My phone buzzed. A new post from Viviana. A selfie of her and Wesley in front of the main house, champagne glasses in hand. The caption read, "We know who wins in the end." I pulled a match from my pocket. I'd been using them to test the new gas fireplaces. Struck it against the box, watched the small flame dance. "Not quite," I whispered, smiling at the burning match. "Not quite yet." "There's definitely a pattern," Even announced, spreading papers across Penny's kitchen island. I watched through the window from the garden, pretending to weed the flower beds I'd secretly bought last month. Every property sold in the last year has gone to Phoenix Rising LLC. Penny leaned over his shoulder, her reading glasses perched on her nose. "But who owns it? There has to be a paper trail." "It's all perfectly legal," Gibbon muttered. "Clean transactions, fair market values. Someone knows exactly what they're doing." I pulled another weed, hiding my smile behind my gardening hat. The morning sun was warm on my back as I listened to their frustration drift through the open window. "Did you see what they did to Greta's house?" Penny asked. "Complete renovation. Top of the line, everything." "And she sold it for a steal," Ivan growled. Thought she was being clever, rushing the sale. I stood, brushing dirt from my knees, and walked to my car. Through the kitchen window, I could see them hunched over their paperwork, trying to solve the mystery that lived in their basement. The Victorian estate was my next stop. The chandelier had been installed yesterday, and I wanted to see it in the daylight. As I pulled up, a familiar car was parked out front, Wendy's blue sedan. She stood in the ballroom, staring up at the crystal masterpiece catching morning light. "It's exactly like the one from our childhood," she said without turning around. "The one that was here for your wedding." "Better," I replied. "This one's wired to modern standards." Wendy turned to face me. "How long have you been planning this?" "Since the basement." She nodded slowly. "And no one suspects? Not even a little?" "They're too busy looking down to look around." A laugh bubbled up from her throat. "Greta's been insufferable about selling her house. Keeps saying she outsmarted some corporate vulture." She paused. "She has no idea she sold it to you, does she?" "None of them do." Wendy walked to one of the tall windows, running her hand along the restored trim. "I remember when they all turned on you. After Wesley. After everything. I should have said something." "But you didn't." "No," she admitted. "I didn't." The sound of tyres on gravel interrupted us. Through the window, we watched Viviana's red sports car pull up. She stepped out, designer sunglasses in place, phone in hand. "Quick," I said, "through the back." We slipped out just as Viviana entered through the front, her voice carrying, "Yes, Wesley, I'm checking it out now. Someone's renovating it. Maybe we can buy it for our anniversary." Later that afternoon, I sat in my basement, watching the family group chat explode. Viviana, "You won't believe what they've done to the Victorian. It's gorgeous." Penny, "Who's they? Same buyer?" Ivan, "Has to be. Phoenix Rising LLC strikes again." Greta, "That vulture company. They're destroying our family legacy." Wesley, "Maybe we should make them an offer they can't refuse." I switched to my email, where confirmation of my latest acquisition waited. The pool house Wesley had been eyeing. He hadn't even realized it was available for sale. Amazing what people miss when they're not paying attention. A knock at my basement door startled me. Harvey, Penny's 16-year-old son, stood there with a plate of cookies. "Mum's on a rampage upstairs," he said, setting the plate down. "Something about mysterious buyers and family betrayal." He grinned. "Thought you might be hungry." Harvey was the only one who still treated me normally. Maybe because he was too young to care about family politics, or maybe because he'd seen through the adults' behaviour. "Thanks, Harvey," I said, offering him a cookie. "How's school?" "Better than this drama." He took a bite. They're all so worried about who's buying everything. Maybe they should worry about why everyone's selling. Smart kid. I made a mental note to remember that when this all came to a head. After he left, I checked my security cameras, a new addition to all my properties. Viviana was still at the Victorian, taking selfies in various rooms, playing pretend in a house she thought she might own someday. My phone buzzed with a text from Wendy. She's planning to throw her anniversary party there, says she's going to talk to the owner about renting it. I texted back, should I send her a contract? You're evil, I love it. I opened my property portfolio spreadsheet, nearly complete now, just a few more pieces to acquire. The family lawyer, Quentin, had already scheduled the estate settlement meeting for next month. Perfect timing. Another text from Wendy. When are you going to tell them? I looked around my basement apartment, at the air mattress I'd kept as a reminder, at the spider webs I'd left untouched in the corners. Soon this would all be over. Soon they'd understand what they'd created when they banished me down here. When they've gathered to divide what they think they own, I replied, when they're all together to watch it slip away. The chandelier would make quite a backdrop for that scene. The knock on my basement door came at midnight. I opened it to find Wendy standing there, clutching a bottle of wine and wearing an expression I couldn't quite read. We need to talk, she said, pushing past me. Really talk. I watched as she settled onto my air mattress, uncorked the wine, and took a long drink straight from the bottle. Then she looked at me, really looked at me, for what felt like the first time in years. How much? She asked. How much of the family estate do you actually own? I sat down beside her, accepting the bottle when she passed it. Want to see? I opened my laptop and pulled up the spreadsheet. Wendy's eyes widened as she scrolled through the properties, the dates, the amounts. Holy, she whispered. You own everything. The Victorian, the cottages, the farmhouse, even the pool house Wesley's been bragging about buying. He doesn't know it yet, but yes. She handed the laptop back, shaking her head. And the money, where did you? I sold my engagement ring, I said. Used it as seed money for the first property. After that, it was just careful planning and good timing. The family's going to lose their minds. That's the plan. Wendy took another drink, then surprised me by laughing. You know what? I'm not even mad. They deserve this. She turned to face me fully. I'm sorry, Caitlin, for not standing up for you when everything happened, for letting them treat you like that. The apology hit me harder than I expected. It was the first one I'd received since Wesley left. Thank you, I said quietly. So what happens next? She asked. Before I could answer, my phone buzzed. A notification from the family group chat. Quentin, estate settlement meeting scheduled for next Friday, 2 p.m. at the Victorian estate. Attendance mandatory for all beneficiaries. The responses flooded in. Penny, finally. Greta, about time we sorted this out. Ivan, bringing all the documentation. Viviana, Wesley and I will be there. Can't wait. But no invitation for me. Of course not. They didn't invite you, Wendy observed, reading over my shoulder. They never do. I picked up my phone and typed a response that would shake them. I'll be there. The chat exploded. Penny, what? Why? Greta, this is for family only. Viviana, you're not a beneficiary anymore. Wesley, don't make this difficult, Caitlin. I turned off my phone and smiled at Wendy. Want to help me pick out an outfit? We spent the next hour going through my small wardrobe, finally settling on a classic black dress I'd kept from my previous life. Simple, elegant, powerful. They won't know what hit them, Wendy said, holding up the dress. But what about the legal challenges? Ivan's going to fight this. Every transaction was legal, every sale documented. They signed away their rights one by one. A noise upstairs made us both freeze. Footsteps, then voices. Penny and Ivan coming home late. "Ma, can't believe she thinks she can just show up," Penny was saying. "After everything." "Let her come," Ivan replied. "It'll just remind everyone why she doesn't belong anymore." Wendy looked at me, concern crossing her face. "Are you sure about this?" I walked to my small window, looking up at the night sky through the window well. "Did you know Viviana posted a selfie today, standing in front of the Victorians' new chandelier? Caption said, 'Future party venue. Some people just don't know what's coming.'" "The irony," Wendy murmured. "I've spent a year in this basement, listening to them plan their lives around my absence, watching them claim what they think is theirs." I turned back to her. "Now it's my turn." She stood, gathering her purse. "Need any help at the meeting?" "Just watch, and maybe bring popcorn." After she left, I lay on my air mattress, staring at the ceiling. Through the vent, I could still hear Penny and Ivan talking. "Phoenix Rising LLC," Ivan was saying. "There's something we're missing, something right under our—" He trailed off. For a moment, I thought he'd figured it out. But then, Penny changed the subject to their vacation plans, and the moment passed. My phone buzzed one last time, a private message from Wesley. "Whatever you're planning, don't. You'll just embarrass yourself again." I got up and walked to my small bathroom mirror. The woman looking back wasn't the broken one who'd moved down here a year ago. This woman had purpose, power, a plan. I touched the mirror, tracing my reflection. "Some people just don't know what's coming," I whispered, echoing Viviana's caption. "But they will." Upstairs, the house grew quiet. But in my basement, in my fortress, I stayed awake planning. 8 days until the meeting. 8 days until they learned what I'd built while they weren't looking. 8 days until karma came home to roost. The Victorian estate's grand entrance fell silent as I walked in. Every head turned, conversations dying mid-sentence. I felt their stares like physical things, some confused, some angry, some merely curious. "What is she doing here?" Greta stage whispered to Penny, who stood clutching her designer handbag like a shield. I smiled, smooth as silk, and took my seat at the massive oak table. The same table where, years ago, Wesley had proposed during a family dinner. Now he sat across from me, his face a mask of controlled irritation, Viviana's hand possessively on his arm. Quentin, the family lawyer, cleared his throat. "Now that everyone is here, let's begin." He shuffled his papers, clearly uncomfortable. "We're here to discuss the distribution of remaining family assets and properties." "Remaining?" Ivan interrupted, leaning forward. "What do you mean, remaining?" Quentin adjusted his glasses. "Well, as you know, several properties have been sold over the past year to some corporate vulture," Greta snapped. "Phoenix Rising LLC, we know." I caught Wendy's eye across the table. She was fighting back a smile. "Yes," Quentin continued, "and as these properties were sold legally by their respective owners, they are no longer part of the estate discussion." Wesley straightened in his chair. "But surely we have first right of refusal on any future sales. Family properties should stay in the family." "Actually," I said, speaking for the first time, "they have stayed in the family." The room went still. Even the grandfather clock in the corner seemed to hold its breath. "What are you talking about?" Penny demanded. I opened my briefcase and began laying out documents. "Phoenix Rising LLC is a family company, my company to be specific." The explosion was immediate. "That's impossible," Greta shrieked. "You don't have that kind of money," Ivan sputtered. "You're lying," Wesley said, but his face had gone pale. I slid the incorporation papers across the table. "Everything's legal, every sale documented, every property purchased fairly." Viviana grabbed the papers, her perfectly manicured nails crumpling the edges. But Greta's house? The farmhouse? The cottages?" "All mine," I said quietly, "including this estate. and the chandelier you've been taking selfies under." Penny stood so quickly, her chair toppled backward. "You conniving little—" "Careful," I interrupted. "You're a guest in my house now." "The money," Wesley demanded. "Where did you get the money to start this?" I smiled, saving this moment like a fine wine. "Remember my engagement ring, Wesley? The one you said was too expensive, but you had to have it to show everyone how successful you were." I paused, watching realization dawn on his face. "I sold it, used the money to buy my first property. After that, it was just patience and timing." "But the pool house," Viviana whispered. "We were going to buy it next month." "Already mine," I said. "Wesley signed away his right of first refusal 3 months ago. Maybe read the documents next time." Greta swayed in her seat. "This can't be happening." "Oh, but it is." I stood, smoothing my black dress. "And since we're all here, I should mention that as the new owner, I'm making some changes. The property is no longer available for family events. In fact," I checked my watch, "you're all trespassing right now." "You can't do this!" Penny screamed. "Security!" I called out. Right on cue, 2 uniformed guards appeared in the doorway. "Please escort anyone without explicit permission to be here off the property." "This isn't over," Ivan threatened, even as he backed away from the table. "Actually, it is." I gathered my papers. Everything was legal. Everything was fair. You all sold willingly. You were just too busy looking down on me to notice who was buying. One by one, they were led out. Wesley was the last to go, standing at the doorway with Viviana clutching his arm. "You planned this," he said. "All of it." "I learned from the best," I replied. "You taught me all about betrayal, remember?" The door closed behind them, leaving only Wendy, young Harvey and me in the grand room. Through the windows, I could see them gathering on the lawn, gesturing wildly, phones out, probably calling their lawyers. Harvey approached me, a grin on his face. "That was awesome, Aunt Caitlin." Wendy laughed, pulling out a bag of microwave popcorn. "Told you I'd bring snacks." I walked to the window, watching my family's world crumble just like mine had. But unlike them, I'd built something from my ruins. "Mum's gonna lose it," Harvey said, munching on popcorn. "She hates not being in control." "They all do," Wendy added. Outside, Greta had actually stamped her foot like a child. Wesley was pacing, running his hands through his perfectly styled hair. Viviana was crying, mascara running. "Should we call the police?" Wendy asked, watching them cluster at the gate. I shook my head, smiling. "No need. Let them stay a while. Sometimes the best revenge is just holding up a mirror and letting people see themselves clearly for the first time." The chandelier caught the afternoon light, sending crystals of light dancing across the room, my house, my victory. "Now," I said, turning to Wendy and Harvey, "who wants a tour of the renovations?" The legal threats started rolling in within hours. Ivan, predictably, led the charge. "You manipulated vulnerable family members," he shouted through the phone. "We'll have this overturned by Monday." I let him rant, then calmly said, "Every seller had independent legal counsel, every transaction was witnessed and notarized, but feel free to waste your money on lawyers." Penny tried next, showing up at the Victorian's gate in tears. "Please, Caitlin, that house was supposed to be for my children." "Like Harvey?" I asked through the intercom. "The only one who bothered to bring me cookies in the basement." She flinched. "That's not fair." Neither was making me the family pariah, but here we are. Greta took a different approach, cornering me at the local coffee shop the next morning. Her designer suit couldn't hide how frantic she looked. "Name your price," she hissed, sliding into my booth uninvited. "Everyone has one." I stirred my coffee slowly. "You're right. Mine was watching you all realize what you've lost. Worth every penny." "You vindictive little—" "Careful," I interrupted. "Your blood pressure." She stood so quickly, her hip knocked the table, spilling my coffee. "You'll regret this. The family will never forgive you." Like they never forgave me for being cheated on. I dabbed at the spill with a napkin. I'll learn to live with it, just like I learned to live in that basement. The barista approached with a concerned look, but I waved her off. It's fine. Family drama. We're not family anymore, Greta spat, storming out. Later that afternoon, I gave Wendy and Harvey a proper tour of the Victorian. The renovations had transformed it while keeping its historic charm. Every room held memories, but now they were mine to reshape. "Remember Grandma's last Christmas?" Wendy asked, running her hand along the restored banister. "Right here, she pulled me aside and said something strange." "What was it?" "She said, 'Watch the quiet ones. They're building while others are bragging.'" Wendy looked at me. "She knew, didn't she, about the inheritance she left you?" Before I could answer, Harvey called from the front door. "Aunt Caitlin, Uncle Wesley and Aunt Viviana are here." They stood on the porch, Wesley in his expensive suit, Viviana trying to peek past him into the house. "5 minutes," Wesley said. "That's all I'm asking." I considered closing the door in his face. Instead, I stepped onto the porch, closing it behind me. "Talk." "This house," he gestured around. "Our wedding reception was here." "And you danced with my cousin while I networked for your firm." He had the grace to look uncomfortable. "I was wrong about a lot of things, but this revenge, it's beneath you." "No," I said quietly. "What's beneath me is that basement you all laughed about. What's beneath me is how you treated me after you chose her." I nodded toward Viviana, who was unsuccessfully trying to appear innocent. "This isn't revenge, Wesley. This is karma. You all built it. I just helped it find its way home." "We can make a deal," Viviana suddenly burst out. "Wesley's firm is doing so well." "Like it did when you needed my connections." I turned to her. "How's that working out now?" Wesley's face hardened. "You've made your point. Now let's be reasonable." "Reasonable?" I laughed. "Was it reasonable when you emptied our accounts? When you moved in with my cousin while I was still packing? When you all made me a cautionary tale?" Through the window, I could see Wendy and Harvey watching. They'd heard it all before, seen it all before. But this time, the ending was different. "Security!" I called out. Right on cue, the guards appeared. "Mr. Robinson and Miss Elliot were just leaving." "This isn't over," Wesley growled as they were escorted to the gate. "Actually, it is." I watched them walk to their car. "Oh, and Wesley, the pool house you're living in, rent's due next week. I'm raising it to market value." Back inside, Wendy was trying not to laugh. "That was better than reality TV." Harvey looked thoughtful. "Mum always said you were the family failure, but you're the only one who built something on your own." I hugged him, this nephew who'd seen through the family's facade. Sometimes the best success is the kind no one sees coming. My phone buzzed. Another family group text. They'd created a new one without me, but Wendy kept me in the loop. Penny: "She's destroyed this family." Ivan: "Lawyers say we can't touch the sales, all legal." Greta: "This is what we get for letting her stay in that basement." Wesley: "She played us, all of us." I turned off my phone and walked to the grand staircase. From here, I could see every perfect detail of my renovation, every choice I'd made while they thought I was nothing. "Come on," I said to Wendy and Harvey. "Let's order pizza. We're having a housewarming party." "Just us?" Harvey asked. I smiled, thinking of all the family gatherings I'd been excluded from. Just us. Sometimes the smallest families are the truest ones. Through the windows, I could see my relatives still gathered at the gate, gesturing and arguing. Let them stay there. I had everything I needed right here. The morning sun streamed through the Victorian's restored windows as I reviewed the final paperwork. Beside me, my laptop displayed the first draft of my book, Basement to Estate, A Survivor's Tale. The advance from the publisher had already funded my newest project. "The contractors are ready," Wendy announced. walking into my study with coffee. They can start on the East Wing renovation whenever you give the word. I signed the last document with a flourish. Perfect timing! The women's shelter plans are approved. The doorbell rang. Through the security camera feed, I saw a local news crew on my porch. Again. They're persistent, Wendy observed. Let them wait. I took a sip of coffee. They only want the story because Viviana's been crying to anyone who'll listen about family betrayal. My phone buzzed with a text from Harvey. Mum's giving another interview. Says you're turning the family estate into a den of strangers. I typed back, better strangers than snakes. The renovation plans spread across my desk showed the future. The East Wing would become transitional housing for women rebuilding their lives after divorce. The irony wasn't lost on me. The same family that had banished me to a basement would now watch their precious estate become a sanctuary for others like me. A knock at my study door revealed Quentin, the family lawyer, looking uncomfortable as always. They've dropped the legal challenges, he said without preamble. All of them. Of course they did. There was nothing to challenge. He shifted his weight. There's something else. We found irregularities in some old property transfers, forged signatures, your father's name. Let me guess, on documents Greta controlled. He nodded. She's facing potential charges. The family is fracturing. They fractured long ago, I said. They just covered the cracks with money and pretense. After he left, I walked through the house to the ballroom. The chandelier caught the morning light, sending rainbows dancing across the walls. A movement caught my eye. Through the window, I saw Wesley standing at the gate, staring up at the house. I pressed the intercom. The rent's still due. He jumped. I'm not here about that. I read your book manuscript. Advance copy, publishing next month. You made us all look terrible. I just told the truth. You did the rest yourselves. He ran a hand through his greying hair. Viviana left. Said she couldn't handle the shame, the gossip, the way people look at us now. Karma's funny that way. Is that what this was all about? Making us feel what you felt? I considered his question. No, this was about building something while you were all too busy destroying things. The shame is your own creation. A car pulled up, Penny and Ivan with Harvey in the back seat. My nephew jumped out before they could stop him, running to the gate. I buzzed him in. Mum's going crazy, he announced as he reached me. The newspaper's running a story about Greta's fraud. Ivan's firm is losing clients. No one wants to be associated with... He glanced at Wesley. Well, you know. Actions have consequences, I said, watching Penny and Ivan argue by their car. Sometimes they take a while to arrive. Wesley cleared his throat. The pool house. I'll be out by Friday. Good. I turned away from the gate. Harvey, want to help me review the shelter plans? As we walked back inside, Harvey asked, Do you ever feel bad about how it all turned out? I stopped, looking back at the family tableau through the window, Wesley walking away defeated, Penny and Ivan fighting, the news crew filming it all. They had choices, I said. Every step of the way they chose cruelty, they chose greed, they chose to make me their scapegoat. I smiled at my nephew. I just chose to be smarter than they expected. The doorbell rang again. This time it was a group of women, the first residents of the soon-to-open shelter, here to tour their future home. Welcome, I said, opening the door wide, to new beginnings. As I led them through the house, explaining the renovation plans, I caught sight of my reflection in a window. No longer the broken woman from the basement, no longer the family failure, just someone who'd rebuilt herself, brick by brick, property by property. My phone buzzed one last time. A message from Wendy. Greta's being questioned by investigators right now. Karma really does come full circle. I typed back, Some inherit a legacy, others take it back. The women around me exclaimed over the chandelier, their voices full of hope and possibility. Outside, my family's carefully constructed facade continued to crumble. But in here, something new was rising from the ashes. I touched the wall of my house. My victory, my redemption, my future. The basement had taught me patience. The betrayal had taught me strength. But this moment, this transformation of pain into purpose, this was justice. And it was sweeter than any revenge could ever be.
The day my grandmother died, I learned exactly how much my family valued my dreams. $38,000. That's what they thought was fair to steal from me. I'm Daria, and this isn't a story about inheritance money. It's about what happens when the people who should love you the most decide you're not worth believing in. The call came on a Tuesday. Mom's voice was oddly controlled when she said we needed to have a family meeting. I remember racing home from my part-time design gig, still wearing my coffee-stained shirt from the morning rush. The entire drive, I kept thinking about Grandma's last words to me. "Make something beautiful, dear. That's what you were born to do." When I walked into our living room, they were already seated, Mom, Dad, and my brother Sean. The air felt thick, like before a storm. "Sit down, honey," Mom said, patting the ottoman. "We need to discuss Grandma's will." I perched on the edge, hands clasped tight in my lap. "Okay." "As you know," Dad began, clearing his throat, "your grandmother left some money." "We've made an executive decision," Mom cut in. "The funds will be going to Sean's startup." The words hit me like a slap. "What?" Sean leaned forward, his expression earnest. "It's this amazing app, Daria, called Nest Mood. It's going to revolutionize how people decorate their homes." "But," my voice cracked, "Grandma left that money to me, for my design business." Mom's lips thinned. "Sweetheart, let's be practical. Graphic design is a hobby, not a career. Sean has a real business plan." "A real—" I stood up so fast the ottoman scraped against the floor. "I have a portfolio. I have clients. I've been saving every penny." "Drawing pretty pictures isn't the same as running a company," Sean said, his tone dripping with condescension. "The decision's been made," Dad added quietly. "The transfer's already done." My hands started shaking. "You had no right. That was my inheritance." "Don't be dramatic," Mom snapped. "This is what's best for the family." Sean's app could make millions. And my dreams mean nothing? I could feel tears burning behind my eyes, but I refused to let them fall. "Your dreams need to be realistic," Mom said. "We're protecting you from yourself." I laughed, a harsh, broken sound. "Protecting me? By stealing from me?" "Now you're just being childish," Sean said. "This is business." "Business?" I grabbed my bag from the floor. "Fine. Here's some business for you." I quit. This family, this house, all of it. "I'm done." Mom stood up, her face flushing. "You're overreacting." "Am I? Tell me something, Mom. Did you even read Grandma's will? Did you see how specifically she wrote that the money was for my future? For my design career?" The silence that followed told me everything. "Daria," Dad started, but I was already heading for the door. "Don't contact me," I said, my voice steady despite the earthquake in my chest. "Don't try to explain. Don't ask me for anything. Ever. You'll regret this," Mom called after me. "When Sean's app takes off, you'll see we were right." I stopped in the doorway, turned back one last time. "No, Mom. The only thing I regret is believing you ever had faith in me." The door slammed behind me with a satisfying bang. In my car, I finally let the tears come. But they weren't sad tears. They were angry ones, determined ones. My phone buzzed. A text from Esther, my best friend. Still on for coffee tomorrow? I wiped my eyes and typed back, yes, and I need a couch to crash on. What happened? I started the engine, watching my childhood home shrink in the rearview mirror. They took everything, but they're about to learn something about me. What's that? I don't need their money to succeed. I just need their absence. As I drove away, I made myself a promise. One day they'd realize what they'd done. One day they'd understand exactly what they'd thrown away. And when that day came, I wouldn't be the one begging for a chance. They would. My phone buzzed again. Mom calling. I declined it and turned off my phone. In the growing darkness, I felt something shift inside me. They thought they were clipping my wings. Instead, they'd just given me the push I needed to fly. Sometimes the worst betrayals come gift-wrapped in good intentions. But that's okay. I had my talent, my determination, and most importantly, my anger. They'd taken my inheritance, but they couldn't take my future. That belonged to me alone. Instant noodles taste different when they're eaten on someone else's couch at midnight. I'd been crashing at Esther's place for 3 weeks, working from her kitchen table during the day and sleeping on her lumpy sofa at night. You need to see this, Esther said one morning, sliding her phone across the table. On the screen was Sean's smiling face in a local tech blog. Rising star entrepreneur secures seed funding for revolutionary home design app. I kept scrolling through my emails, deliberately not looking at the article. Good for him. I'm sure my $38,000 made a nice down payment. Daria. Esther's voice had that no-nonsense tone I'd come to rely on. Stop checking your inbox and talk to me. How many client proposals have you sent out this week? 17. I finally looked up. And before you ask, yes, I'm charging actual money this time, not just exposure and experience. She grinned. That's my girl. Now, about this logo project you're working on. The logo in question was for a boutique shoe store called Stride. The owner, Maria, had found my portfolio online and took a chance on me. I'd been sketching concepts for days, fueled by coffee and spite. It's almost done, I said, turning my laptop to show her. What do you think? Esther leaned in, her eyes widening. Holy shit, Daria. This is actually incredible. The design was simple but striking. A footprint made of interconnected geometric shapes that could be read as both a step forward and a rising sun. I'd spent hours getting the balance just right. Maria wants to see the final version today, I said, saving the file. If she likes it. My phone buzzed. Mom's number. I declined it without breaking rhythm. Still not talking to them? Esther asked. Nothing to say. I closed my laptop. Besides, I'm too busy building my hobby into a career. 2 days later, Maria's Instagram post featuring my logo went viral in the local fashion community. My inbox exploded with inquiries. Suddenly, I wasn't just the girl on her friend's couch. I was a designer with a waiting list. You need to incorporate, Esther said, over takeout that night. Set up a proper business structure. I can help. It's literally what I do for a living. I twirled my fork in my noodles. I can barely afford rent. Let alone, I'll do it pro bono, she cut in. Consider it an investment in your future. Plus, you can crash here until you get on your feet. Esther, shut up and say thank you. I laughed. Thank you. The next morning, I was sketching at the kitchen table when my phone lit up with a text from my cousin Jake. It was a family photo. Everyone gathered around Sean at some fancy restaurant. The caption read, "Celebrating Sean Henderson's $250K series of funding. Startup life. Off family support." My pencil snapped in my hand. Esther found me an hour later, furiously working on a new design concept. "You okay?" "I'm great," I said, not looking up. "Just realizing something important." "What's that?" "Success isn't just about talent. It's about proving them wrong." I showed her my sketch, a concept for my own brand. I'm calling it Known Creative Solutions. Why known? Because by the time I'm done, everyone will know exactly what I can do. I started a new sketch, including my family. Over the next few months, I took every job I could get. Logos, websites, brand packages. If it needed design, I was on it. Esther helped me set up the business properly, and soon I had enough saved for my own tiny studio apartment. The day I moved in, I found something in one of my boxes, the original letter from Grandma's will. I read it again, fingers tracing her handwriting. "To my dearest granddaughter Daria, I leave $38,000 to pursue your dreams in graphic design. Your talent brings beauty to this world, and that's worth more than any amount of money." I framed it and hung it on my wall, right next to my first paid invoice. That night, scrolling through industry news, I saw another article about Sean's startup. The comments section was filled with complaints about bugs and crashes. The app was struggling. My phone buzzed. Dad this time. I watched it ring out. "You should feel bad," said a voice in my head that sounded suspiciously like Mom's. "They're still your family." I looked at my framed invoice, then at Grandma's letter. "No," I said out loud. "They're just people who taught me exactly how hard I need to work to prove them wrong." Opening my laptop, I started working on a new project. Outside, the city lights twinkled like stars, and for the first time since that family meeting, I felt truly free. Sometimes the best revenge isn't getting even, it's getting better, and I was just getting started. "Look what I found," Mom's voice echoes from 20 years ago as she waves Sean's report card. All A's again. My brilliant boy. I'm sitting at my desk, staring at an old family photo I found while cleaning. The memory plays out like a movie I've watched too many times. 8-year-old me, holding up my art contest certificate. "Mom, I won first place." "That's nice, honey. Sean, tell your father about your science project." The photo slips from my fingers as my office phone buzzes. "Daria, your Uncle Robert is here to see you." I haven't seen Uncle Robert since Grandma's funeral. He's standing in my office doorway, looking older but still wearing that kind smile I remember from childhood. "Nice place you've got here," he says, glancing around at the design mock-ups covering my walls. "Your grandmother would have loved it." My throat tightens. "Thanks. What brings you by?" He sits down, fidgeting with his hat. "I found something while cleaning out my mother's old files. Thought you should have it." He pulls out a yellowed envelope. It's her original will draft, with her notes. My hands shake as I open it. Grandma's familiar handwriting fills the margins. Daria needs this chance. She has such a gift. Sean has all the support he needs, but she's always been overlooked. "She talked about you all the time," Uncle Robert says quietly. "Showed everyone your drawings. She knew your parents. Well, she knew they didn't understand your passion." I swallow hard. "They still don't. I heard about Sean's startup troubles," he mentions carefully. "The app's not doing well." I wouldn't know. We don't talk anymore. A knock at the door saves me from further family discussion. Summer, my newest hire, pokes her head in. "Sorry to interrupt, but the client from Brooklyn is online too." "I should go," Uncle Robert stands. "Just, your grandmother believed in you, Daria. She'd be proud to see you now." After he leaves, I sit in silence until Esther barges in. "Earth to Daria. We need to approve the new studio lease today." "Right, the lease." I shake off the memories. "Show me." We tour the space that afternoon. 600 square feet of potential in a converted warehouse. Exposed brick, huge windows, room for at least 4 desks. It's perfect, Summer says, already planning where her design station will go. When can we move in? Hold on, Esther interrupts, ever the practical one. Let's talk numbers first. As they discuss terms, I wander to the windows. Across the street, a billboard advertises Sean's app. Nest Mood, redesign your life. The irony isn't lost on me. My phone vibrates. A news alert about Nest Mood's declining user base. I close it without reading. Daria, Esther calls. We need your signature. That night, after everyone's gone home, I unlock the bottom drawer of my desk. Inside is a void-stamped check, a replica I made of my inheritance, the amount crossed out in angry red ink. Next to it sits Grandma's letter. I take both to the new studio. The empty space echoes with possibility. This is where we start over, I tell the darkness. This is where we become known. My phone lights up with a text from Mom. Sean's having a rough time. He could use his sister. I place the voided check and letter on the wall, side by side. My answer to her text is silence. Summer finds me there the next morning, staring at my makeshift art installation. Is that the inheritance they stole? I turn, surprised. How did you know about that? Esther told me. Said it's why you work so hard. She studies the check. Is that why you hired me? Because no one gave you a chance? I hired you because you're talented, I say firmly. But yes, I know what it's like to have your dreams dismissed. She nods toward the wall. You should frame those properly. Make them your first office decoration. You don't think it's too bitter? No, she says thoughtfully. I think it's honest. Sometimes we need reminders of why we started. That afternoon, I take them to a frame shop. The owner helps me choose simple black frames that make the void stamp stand out like a scar. When I hang them in the new studio, Esther watches with a knowing look. Still not over it, huh? It's not about being over it, I reply, stepping back to study my handiwork. It's about remembering what drives me. And what's that? I touch the glass over Grandma's signature. The fact that sometimes the people who should believe in you don't. And that's okay, because you can believe in yourself enough for everyone. The frames catch the setting sun, casting long shadows across our empty studio. Tomorrow, we'll fill this space with computers and drawing tablets, with dreams and designs. But tonight, I let myself remember the girl who wasn't enough for her family. She's enough now. More than enough. And she's just getting started. They're here, Summer whispers, peeking through the conference room blinds. Nike. Actually, Nike. I straighten my blazer, checking my reflection in the glass. 3 years of grinding have led to this moment. Show them in. The Nike team files in, 5 executives in sleek business attire. I notice their social media director wearing Nest Mood-designed sneakers. The irony almost makes me smile. Thank you for coming, I begin, clicking to the first slide. Known Creative Solutions is excited to show you our vision for your spring campaign. 2 hours later, I'm shaking hands with their CEO. We'll be in touch by the end of the week, she says, but her smile tells me everything. The moment they leave, Summer squeals. Did you see their faces during the presentation? They loved it. Esther appears in the doorway, grinning. I just got the email. We got it. Full campaign, 7 figures. The room erupts in cheers. I grab my phone to capture the moment and freeze. There's an email from Mom. Hope you're well. Sean got engaged. Hope you'll come to the dinner. It's been too long. Delete. Daria? Esther touches my arm. You okay? Perfect. I pocket my phone. Let's celebrate. Drinks on me. Later that night, after everyone's gone home, I'm still at my desk, staring at the wall of successful campaigns we've created. Each one represents a sleepless night, a rejected pitch, a moment of doubt. My phone buzzes. A text from an unknown number. Your design for that shoe store saved my business. Thank you, Maria. I smile, remembering that first viral logo. How far we've come. A notification pops up. Sean's startup has posted another update. Nest Mood 2.0, coming soon. The comments are brutal. Fix the bugs first. App keeps crashing. Waste of money. I close the tab and open our financial reports instead. The numbers dance across my screen. Client lists, revenue streams, growth projections. All of it built from nothing. No inheritance needed. A knock at my door startles me. It's Summer, coat in hand. Still here? It's midnight. Just finishing up. She perches on my desk. Can I ask you something? Why don't you ever talk about your family? I gesture to the framed void check on the wall. That's all there is to say. But you won. Look at this place. Look at what you built. Winning isn't the point, I say, standing to gather my things. Freedom is. The next morning, Esther bursts into my office waving a report. You need to see this. I take the paper, scanning the numbers. My heart stops. Is this right? Triple-checked it myself. Known just past 1 million in monthly revenue. The figure blurs before my eyes. 1 million. Monthly. More than Sean's entire Series A funding. Should we celebrate? Summer asks from the doorway. I look at the void check on my wall, then back at the report. No, I say quietly. Now the fun starts. What do you mean? Success isn't just about making money, I explain, standing up. It's about making a mark. Nike was just the beginning. That night, I receive another email from Mom. Saw your company's Nike campaign. Sean mentioned you're doing well. We should talk. I draft several responses. Now you notice me? Too little. Too late. Ask Sean how his app is doing. Instead, I delete it and open my laptop. There's work to be done. The next morning, I call a company meeting. Our studio, once empty, now buzzes with 20 employees. Listen up, everyone. Nike was our breakthrough, but it's not our peak. I want to double our revenue by next quarter. Double? Someone asks. Is that even possible? I smile, thinking of a family dinner long ago when someone asked if graphic design was even a real career. Watch me. Later, Esther finds me sketching concepts for our next pitch. You know, she says, revenge is a pretty powerful motivator. This isn't about revenge, I reply, but we both know that's not entirely true. Then what is it about? I look at the void check, at Grandma's letter, at the Nike contract framed beside them. It's about showing them exactly what they threw away. My phone buzzes, another family member trying to reconnect now that I'm successful. I silence it without looking. You can't ignore them forever, Esther says gently. Watch me, I repeat, turning back to my sketches. Sometimes silence speaks louder than words. Outside my office window, the city lights flicker on one by one. Somewhere out there, my family is probably celebrating Sean's engagement, making excuses for his failing startup, wondering why their prodigal daughter won't come home. But I'm not that girl anymore. I'm not the one who needs their approval. I'm the one they're going to wish they'd believed in. You've got to be kidding me, Esther says, staring at her screen. Daria, come look at this. I'm reviewing design mock-ups when she barges into my office. What is it? Job application. Project manager position. She turns her laptop toward me. Check the name. My coffee cup freezes halfway to my mouth. There, in plain text, Sean H. He has no idea you own the company, does he? Esther asks. I scan the application, my heart pounding. His resume is attached, along with a cover letter practically dripping with desperation. The mighty Nest mood has fallen. Their last financial statement shows nothing but red ink. Market crashed, I murmur, scrolling through the attachments. Investors pulled out. App's dead. What are you going to do? My finger hovers over the delete button. It would be so easy. One click, and send him an interview invitation, I hear myself say. Friday at 2 p.m. Esther's eyes widen. That's your office day. Exactly. Daria. She gives me that look, the one that says I'm playing with fire. Are you sure about this? I glance at the void check on my wall. He wants a job interview? Let's give him one he'll never forget. The next morning, I call Summer into my office. I need you to help me prepare something special. By Friday, everything is ready. I've transformed our main conference room into a testament to known success. Awards on display, press coverage framed on the walls, our Nike campaign prominently featured. My CEO plaque sits centered on the table. He's here, Summer announces at 1:55 p.m. in the lobby. Eating a pretzel. I smooth my dress, the same one I wore for the Nike presentation. Show him in. Esther positions herself by the door, tablet in hand. Ready? Born ready. The door opens. Sean walks in, pretzel in hand, looking exactly like the golden boy he's always been, except now there's desperation in his eyes. He freezes mid-step when he sees me. Hello, Sean, I say softly. Please, have a seat. The pretzel drops to the floor. Daria? What? What are you doing here? I gesture to my plaque. I'm the CEO. This is my company. He sinks into a chair, face draining of color. I never bothered to research the company you were applying to. I pick up his resume. That's not very thorough of you. Let's review your qualifications, shall we? Esther starts taking notes, her pen scratching loudly in the silence. Your app failed, I continue, each word precise. Your investors lost everything. And now you're looking for... I check the application. An entry-level position in project management. Listen, he stammers, if this is about the inheritance... Oh, you remember that? I touch the void check on the wall. $38,000. That's what you thought my dreams were worth. He swallows hard. We were trying to protect you. Protect me? I laugh. A sharp, clean sound. Look around, Sean. Does it look like I needed protection? Summer enters with our portfolio, thick with successful campaigns. She sets it in front of him without a word. This, I tap the portfolio, is what you stole from me. Not the money, the chance to build this on my own terms. I didn't... He looks down at his hands. I didn't know you were capable of this. That's the problem. None of you did. I stand up. The position's been filled. Wait, he says quickly. Please, I need this job. Mom and Dad, they can't help anymore. Can't? Or won't? I move to the door. How does it feel, Sean, being the one who isn't worth investing in? His face crumples. Daria, please, we're family. No, I correct him. We're strangers who share DNA. The interview's over. After he leaves, Esther finds me in my office. Feel better? I'm staring at my phone. 3 missed calls from Mom already. Ask me tomorrow. What are you going to do when they all start calling? Nothing. I pull up my email. But I am going to send him one message. My fingers hover over the keyboard before typing. Thank you for your interest in known creative solutions. Unfortunately, we don't invest in hobbies. Best of luck in your future endeavors. That's cold, Esther says, reading over my shoulder. No, I reply, hitting send. That's karma. Outside my window, I watch Sean exit the building, shoulders slumped. He looks up, maybe sensing me watching. Our eyes meet through the glass. I don't wave. I don't smile. I simply turn away and get back to work. Sometimes the best revenge isn't what you do. It's what you become while they're not watching. How dare you? Mom's voice explodes through my phone speaker mid-meeting. How dare you humiliate your brother like that? I excuse myself from the conference room, walking to my office. Hello to you too, Mom. It's been what, 2 years? Don't you get smart with me. Sean came home devastated. He told us everything. I sit at my desk, facing the wall of achievements. Did he tell you how he walked into my company, completely clueless, expecting a handout? He needs help, Daria. His whole life fell apart. Funny, I say, tracing the void check's frame with my finger. I don't remember you calling when my life fell apart, when you stole my inheritance. That again? We did that for your own good. No, I cut in. You did it because you never believed in me. Well, guess what? Nike does. Adidas does. That hobby you dismissed? It's worth millions now. Silence crackles over the line. Daria, she tries again, softer this time. We're family. Family? I pull up my email, attach a photo of the void check, and hit send. Check your inbox, Mom. That's what family meant to you. Her sharp intake of breath tells me she's opened it. That's not fair. Neither was stealing from your daughter. Goodbye, Mom. I hang up just as Esther walks in. Your father's in the lobby. My stomach drops. What? Should I send him away? I stand up, straightening my jacket. No. Send him up. Dad looks older than I remember, his hair grayer, his shoulders stooped. He's clutching a Bible, his go-to prop for difficult conversations. Nice office, he says, looking around. Your grandmother would be proud. Don't. My voice is ice. Don't use her name. He sighs, opening his Bible. Proverbs says, I don't need scripture, Dad. I need you to explain why you're here. Your brother. Of course. I laugh bitterly. Always Sean. He's suffering, Daria. The app failure, the debt. He's lost everything. Everything? I gesture to my office. I built this from nothing. Less than nothing, actually, because you made sure of that. He flinches. We thought that I couldn't succeed? That art wasn't a real career? I walk to my awards wall. Each of these proves you wrong. Every single one. Pride comes before the fall, he quotes softly. No, Dad. The fall came first, when my own parents betrayed me. Everything after that? That's not pride. That's justice. He places the Bible on my desk. We can make this right. Right? I pick up the Bible and hand it back. Tell me something. Did you even read Grandma's will? The part where she specifically left that money for my design career? His silence is answer enough. That's what I thought. I move to the door. Please leave. Daria, please. I said leave. After he's gone, Summer finds me staring out my office window. Your mom's been calling the main line. Block the number. And your brother sent another email. I turn to face her. What did it say? She reads from her tablet. I just want to understand. Why did you make it so personal? The question hits harder than I expected. Why did I make it personal? Because they made it impersonal when they stole what was mine. Because they reduced my dreams to nothing. Because... Daria? Summer's voice breaks through my thoughts. Should I delete it? No. I sit at my computer. I'll answer him myself. My fingers hover over the keyboard. I type, delete, type again. Finally, because you made it impersonal when you stole what was mine. This wasn't revenge. It was truth. Send. Esther appears in my doorway. The Tokyo pitch is in an hour. You ready? I stand up, gathering my materials. Always. Your parents might keep trying to contact you. Let them. I pause at the door. Sometimes silence is the loudest answer. As we walk to the conference room, I catch my reflection in the glass walls. I see someone stronger than the girl who left home that night, someone who built herself from the ground up. My phone buzzes. Another text from Mom. We were wrong. Please, can we talk? I silence the phone without responding. Some conversations come too late. In the conference room, my team is waiting. The presentation deck is ready. The void check and Grandma's letter watch from their frames on the wall, silent witnesses to how far I've come. Ready? Esther asks. I think of Sean's email, of Dad's Bible, of Mom's desperate calls, of all the times they chose him over me. Ready, I say, clicking to the first slide. Let's show them what we can do. Because sometimes the best response isn't a response at all. It's success. Served cold. He's doing what? I ask, nearly dropping my coffee mug. Summer points to her screen. Sean's been posting about you on LinkedIn. Look. The post is long, emotional, public. My sister built an empire while I wasted my inheritance. I never appreciated her talent. Now she won't even talk to me. Regret real Thaskarvrmer family first. It's gotten over 1,000 likes, Summer adds. People are sharing their own stories in the comments. Esther bursts into my office. Have you seen the post? Yeah. I sit down heavily, trying to decide if it's genuine or manipulation. Both, probably, Esther says, perching on my desk. But that's not what I came to show you. She hands me her tablet. Your mom's been busy too. There, on a local business blog, is an interview with my mother. The headline makes my stomach turn. Mother of known creative CEO speaks out. We made a terrible mistake. Jesus, I mutter, scanning the article. She's really going for it. There's more, Summer says quietly. Your dad's been leaving voicemails. I play the latest one on speaker. Daria, please, we were wrong. So wrong. That money was yours, and we let our prejudices blind us. Please call us back. Please. Wow, Esther breathes. They're really feeling it now. My phone buzzes. Another LinkedIn notification. Sean's updated his job status. Freelancer, currently seeking opportunities. You've won, Esther says softly. Maybe it's time to what? I stand up, pacing. Forgive and forget? Play happy family? No, she says. But maybe it's time to let go. I stop at the window, watching the city below. I can't. Can't, or won't. Before I can answer, my office door opens again. It's Summer, looking nervous. Your mother's in the lobby. What? She's crying. Security doesn't know what to do. I close my eyes, counting to 10. Tell them to... Daria, Esther interrupts. Face her. End this. The elevator ride down feels endless. When the doors open, I see her, Mom, sitting in one of our sleek lobby chairs, looking small and lost. She stands when she sees me. Daria. I hold up a hand. Not here. I point to the small conference room off the lobby. In there. Once the door closes behind us, she starts crying again. I saw your Nike campaign. It's beautiful. You're so talented. We were so blind. Stop. My voice is steady. Why are you here? Because I'm your mother, and No. I pull out my phone, showing her the article. Why are you really here? Because I succeeded? Because Sean failed? Because now you need something from me? She wipes her eyes. Is that what you think? That's what I know. I sit down, suddenly tired. You never called when I was struggling. Never checked if I was okay. But now that I'm successful, I was wrong, she bursts out. We were all wrong. About you, about Sean, about everything. Please, just what, Mom? Pretend it never happened? Pretend you didn't steal my inheritance? Pretend you didn't crush my dreams? She pulls something from her purse. A check. We want to pay you back. With interest. I stare at the check, then start laughing. You still don't get it, do you? This was never about the money. Then what? It was about belief, support, family. I stand up. Things you can't buy back with a check. Please, she whispers. Tell me how to fix this. I walk to the door, then turn back. Some things can't be fixed, Mom. They can only be lived with. Back in my office, Esther's waiting. You okay? I look at the void check on my wall, then at the view of the city I built for myself. I will be. My phone buzzes. Another LinkedIn notification. Sean's updated his profile again. Sometimes the person you underestimated becomes the person you wish you'd believed in. Poetic, Esther comments, reading over my shoulder. Think he means it? I close the notification. Doesn't matter. I didn't build this company for their approval. No, she agrees. You built it for that girl who wasn't enough. I touch the glass of Grandma's framed letter. And now? Now? Esther smiles. Now you're more than enough. You're known. Outside, Mom's car pulls away from the building. My phone shows 3 missed calls from Dad, another LinkedIn post from Sean, and an email from a business journal wanting to interview me. I delete them all and turn to my computer. There's work to be done, and that's always been the best revenge of all. And that's how Known Creative began, I tell the young intern sitting across from me. Her eyes are wide, taking in the story and the view from my Tokyo office. From a void check to a global agency, she says, glancing at the framed check now hanging in our Japanese headquarters. But Ms. Daria, don't you ever regret cutting ties with your family? Before I can answer, my phone buzzes. Esther's calling from New York. Sorry, I need to take this. We just landed the automotive account, Esther says without preamble. Full creative control, 9 figures. Perfect timing, I reply. I'm just finishing up with Maya, our new intern. Speaking of timing, Esther's voice turns serious. Sean's startup story just went viral on Medium. How pride and privilege led to my downfall. It's actually pretty honest. I pull up the article on my laptop. The opening line catches my eye. My sister taught me the hardest lesson of my life. Talent doesn't care about family names. He mentions you, Esther continues. Says you were right all along. A knock at my door interrupts us. Summer's here for our morning meeting. The Tokyo team's ready for the brand presentation. I'll call you back, I tell Esther. Maya stands to leave, but pauses at the door. Can I ask one more question? Sure. Was it worth it? The revenge? I look at Grandma's letter, now hanging beside the void check in this office, too. It wasn't revenge. It was resurrection. The presentation goes brilliantly. Our Tokyo team has captured exactly what I've built Known to be. Fearless, innovative, unstoppable. As they show the mock-ups, my phone lights up with a text from Mom. Saw your interview in Forbes. You said Grandma was your first investor. You were always her favorite. For the first time in years, I feel the urge to respond. Instead, I focus on the young designer presenting her work, seeing myself in her passionate gestures and determined eyes. After the meeting, Summer pulls me aside. There's something you should see. She shows me a website, Sean's new venture. Not an app this time, but a small consulting firm helping startups avoid the mistakes he made. His bio mentions me. My greatest failure taught me my most important lesson, thanks to my sister. He's actually doing okay, Summer says. Small clients, honest work. Good for him. That's it? Just good for him? I walk to the window, looking out at the Tokyo skyline. What else should I say? I don't know. Something. Nothing. It's just... She hesitates. You won, Daria. Maybe winning means you get to choose how the story ends. That night, alone in my hotel room, I read Sean's full article. It's raw, honest, painful. He writes about entitlement, about learning humility, about watching his little sister become a force of nature while he crashed and burned. My fingers move to my keyboard, hovering over the keys. After a moment, I type, Dear Sean, I read your article. You're right. Talent doesn't care about family names. But here's what I learned. Neither does success. It cares about hunger, about determination, about proving everyone wrong. You took my inheritance. I built an inheritance of my own. You had everything handed to you. I earned everything the hard way. And now we both know which path leads to real growth. I'm glad you're finding your way. Not because we're family, but because you finally understand what it means to build something from nothing. Daria. I hit send before I can change my mind. Minutes later, my phone rings. It's Dad. I let it go to voicemail. Some bridges stay burned, and that's okay. The next morning, I meet with another intern candidate. She shows me her portfolio with shaking hands. My parents don't believe in art as a career, she says quietly. But I saw your story, and I realized sometimes you have to be your own first believer. I smile, thinking of Grandma's letter. You're hired. Later, checking my email, I see Sean's response. Thank you. Not for the message, but for showing me what real strength looks like. I close my laptop and walk to the window. Below, Tokyo pulses with life and possibility. Somewhere in New York, my parents are probably reading my latest press coverage. In his small office, Sean is probably learning what it means to earn respect instead of expect it. And me? I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. At the top of a tower I built myself, with a void check on my wall reminding me where I started. Because sometimes the best revenge isn't getting even. It's getting everything you ever wanted, and realizing you never needed their approval at all. That's not just karma. That's justice.
The household budget planner had a cheerful yellow cover with a cartoon woman holding a calculator, smiling like she'd just discovered the secret to eternal happiness. Turner placed it on the kitchen counter next to my untouched birthday cake, his expression expectant. Happy birthday, babe. I thought this might help you get more organized with your contributions. My name is Yasmin, and I've been married to this man for 8 years. 8 years of watching his respect for me evaporate like steam from the dishwasher I load 3 times a day. A budget planner? I picked it up, feeling the cheap plastic binding. For my birthday? It's practical. Turner loosened his tie, already moving toward the fridge. You're always saying you want to help more with finances. This way you can track household expenses, maybe find ways to cut costs. Ross, my 7-year-old, looked up from his homework. Mummy, where's your real present? This is the real present, buddy. Turner ruffled our son's hair. Mummy's going to learn how to be more helpful around here. I set the planner down carefully, my hands steady despite the rage building in my chest. More helpful? You know what I mean. He grabbed a beer, popped it open. You've got all this free time during the day. Might as well make it productive. Free time. I'd been up since 5:30 with Scarlett, our 4-year-old, who'd had another nightmare. Before that, I was up at 2 helping Ross with a bloody nose. Before that, midnight diaper change because Scarlett still had accidents. But sure, free time. "I'll look through it," I said. The next evening, we sat around Sadie's dining table for our weekly family dinner. Turner's mother had outdone herself with the passive-aggressive hospitality, cloth napkins, her good china, and a pointed comment about how some people don't dress up for family meals anymore. So Yasmin, Georgia, Turner's sister, cut into her salmon with surgical precision. "Turner mentioned you got a lovely birthday gift yesterday." "A budget planner," I said, taking a sip of wine. "How thoughtful." Georgia's smile was razor-sharp. "I got a spa weekend for my birthday, but then again, I work outside the home." "Yasmin works plenty," Turner said, but his tone suggested otherwise. "She's just between careers right now." "Between careers." Sadie dabbed her mouth with her napkin. "That's a nice way to put it." "I'm raising your grandchildren," I said quietly. "Of course, dear, and you do such a adequate job." Sadie's pause was deliberate. "Though I do worry about Ross's reading level. Perhaps if he had more structured learning time instead of so much television. He doesn't watch that much TV." "George's children are already reading chapter books," Sadie continued. "But then again, she invests in proper tutoring." Georgia nodded. "It's amazing what you can accomplish when you prioritize your children's development over other things." Turner said nothing, just cut his steak and let his family dissect me like I wasn't sitting right there. "What other things?" I asked. "Oh, you know." Georgia waved her hand vaguely. "Sleeping in, long lunches, shopping trips, the luxury of not having real responsibilities. The luxury of not having real responsibilities." I thought about my morning. Scarlett had thrown up on her sheets at 6 a.m. I'd stripped the bed, started laundry, cleaned the bathroom floor, made breakfast, packed Ross's lunch, found his missing library book, mediated a fight over the last waffle, drove Ross to school, took Scarlett to her doctor's appointment, grocery shopped with a cranky 4-year-old, came home, switched laundry, made lunch, cleaned up lunch, put Scarlett down for a nap, folded 3 loads of laundry, prepped dinner, picked up Ross, helped with homework, refereed another fight, made dinner, served dinner, and now sat here being told I had no real responsibilities. "You're right," I said. "I should probably be more productive." Turner looked pleased. "See, I told you the planner would help." That night, after everyone was asleep, I sat in the kitchen with my laptop. The house was finally quiet, except for the hum of the dishwasher, my 3rd load of the day. I opened a new spreadsheet and titled it Household Management Services. If Turner wanted numbers, I'd give him every damn one. I started typing, Day 1, childcare services, 14 hours, meal preparation, 3 hours, housekeeping, 4 hours, laundry services, 2 hours, transportation, 1 hour, administrative tasks, 2 hours. The cursor blinked at me like a promise. This was just the beginning. 3 weeks into my documentation project, I had 47 pages of data. Every diaper change, every meal prepared, every tantrum managed, every scraped knee kissed better. I'd researched professional rates for everything. Private chefs averaged $35 an hour, nannies $25, housekeepers $22, personal assistants $18. My weekly total was hovering around $2,000. In unpaid labour. "What are you always typing?" Turner asked one morning, peering over my shoulder as I updated yesterday's entries. "Just organising some things." I minimised the window. "Household stuff. Good. Maybe you can figure out why our grocery bill is so high." I pulled up our bank statements that night after he went to bed. Turner controlled all our accounts. I had a debit card linked to what he called my household allowance. $500 a month for groceries, kids' clothes, and anything I needed. He monitored every transaction. But there was something interesting in the old statements. a business account from his consulting firm, opened 3 years ago for miscellaneous household expenses. He'd gotten a secondary card for it, probably forgot it existed when the business restructured. The account still had $800 in it. I found the card in his desk drawer, buried under old receipts. "Amber, it's Yasmin. Can you meet for coffee?" My friend Amber had been my colleague back when I had a career. Now she ran her own consulting firm, the kind of success story I used to think I'd become. "You look tired," she said, sliding into the booth across from me. "I am tired. I'm always tired." I pulled out my laptop. "But I need your help with something." I showed her the spreadsheet. Her eyes widened as she scrolled through the data. "Holy shit, Yasmin, this is comprehensive." "Is it crazy?" "Crazy? This is brilliant. Do you know what domestic labour is worth in the current market?" She leaned forward. "I had a client last year who used similar documentation in her divorce. The judge was fascinated." "Divorce? I'm not saying that's where this is headed, but if it were—" She gestured at the screen. "This is gold, pure gold." That afternoon, I used Turner's forgotten business card to pay for a consultation with a family law attorney. Just information gathering, I told myself. Research. The lawyer, a sharp woman named Patricia, reviewed my preliminary numbers. "Domestic labour isn't typically compensated in divorce proceedings," she said, "but there are precedents for recognising unpaid contributions to household management, especially when one spouse has been financially controlling." Financially controlling? Limiting access to accounts, monitoring spending, creating dependency. Does any of that sound familiar? It all sounded familiar. Sunday brunch at Georgia's house was a monthly torture session disguised as family bonding. Her kitchen looked like a magazine spread, marble countertops, fresh flowers, not a single fingerprint on the stainless steel appliances. "The kids are at their father's this weekend," Georgia announced, setting down a platter of perfectly arranged fruit. "So I finally got to sleep in until 9. "Must be nice," I said, bouncing Scarlett on my lap while she whined about wanting different juice. "It is nice. That's the beauty of having a career. You get breaks, weekends off, vacation days, sick leave." Georgia's smile was poisonous. "Some women just like depending on their husbands, don't they?" Turner laughed. "Yasmin's not dependent. She's just focused on the home front." "Right, the home front." Georgia refilled her mimosa. "Though I have to say, I don't know how you do it, Yasmin. All that time with no adult conversation, no intellectual stimulation. I'd go crazy." "It's not that bad," I lied. "Oh, but it must be. I mean, what do you actually do all day, besides the obvious mum stuff?" The obvious mum stuff. Like it was nothing. Like keeping 2 small humans alive and functional was just a hobby. "She keeps busy," Turner said, but his tone suggested he wasn't entirely sure what I kept busy with. "I'm sure she does." Georgia's voice dripped condescension. "It's just such a luxury not having real deadlines or performance reviews. No pressure to actually produce anything measurable." That night, I added a new column to my spreadsheet, emotional labour. Every time I absorbed an insult, managed Turner's moods, smoothed over family tensions, pretended everything was fine when it wasn't. I was up to 53 pages now. Turner found me at the kitchen table at midnight, laptop open, calculator beside me. "Still organising?" "Something like that. You know, maybe Georgia has a point about getting back into the workforce. I could probably get you something entry-level at my firm." Entry-level, after 8 years of marriage, 2 kids, and a marketing degree he'd encouraged me to abandon. "I'll think about it." "Good. Because honestly, Yasmin, I'm getting tired of being the only one contributing to this family." I looked up at him. Really looked at him. This man who came home to a clean house, home-cooked meals, and well cared for children every single day. I'm keeping tabs on everything now, I said quietly. He laughed. Sure you are. I am. Okay, babe. Whatever helps you feel productive. After he went upstairs, I opened a new browser window and searched for top family law attorneys in the city. If Turner wanted productivity, I'd show him exactly how productive I could be. The therapist's office smelled like lavender and had too many throw pillows, but Dr. Martinez listened without judgment as I explained my situation. You're documenting your contributions, she said, reviewing my notes. That's actually quite healthy. Many women in your position feel invisible. I do feel invisible. What would visibility look like to you? I thought about it. Recognition, respect, maybe just acknowledgement that what I do matters. And if that doesn't come, then I'll have proof of what I was worth. I'd been using Turner's forgotten business cards strategically. Therapy sessions, legal consultations, even a few online courses in business management. Small charges that wouldn't trigger alerts, spread out over weeks. Amber helped me formalize the spreadsheet into something that looked professional. Charts, graphs, market comparisons. We met at coffee shops while the kids were at school, refining the data. You need to add childcare coordination, she said, scrolling through my latest version. Scheduling appointments, managing school communications, organising play dates, that's project management. Turner thinks I just drop them off and pick them up. Turner's an idiot. This is executive-level work. She highlighted several rows. And you're undervaluing yourself. A live-in nanny with your qualifications would make $60,000 minimum. I was up to 78 pages now. Sadie arrived unannounced on a Tuesday morning, letting herself in with the spare key Turner had given her. I was still in my pyjamas, having been up all night with Scarlett's fever. Yasmin, dear, we need to talk. She surveyed my kitchen with obvious disapproval. I brought groceries. She unpacked organic everything, milk, bread, cereal, fruit, expensive brands I couldn't afford on my allowance. You don't need to do that, I said. Clearly I do. Ross told me you've been buying store-brand cereal. Store-brand, Yasmin. What kind of message does that send? That we're on a budget? That you don't prioritise quality nutrition for your children? She held up a box of organic granola. This is what growing minds need, not processed sugar. I stared at the $20 box of cereal. Sadie, I can't afford... That's exactly my point. If you contributed financially, these wouldn't be issues. I do contribute. I take care of everything here so Turner can focus on work. Taking care of things isn't the same as contributing, dear. Turner works 14-hour days to support this family. The least you could do is manage a proper household budget. Something snapped. Maybe it was the sleepless night. Maybe it was months of accumulated insults, but I felt tears coming and couldn't stop them. I work 14-hour days too, I said, my voice cracking. I just don't get paid for it. Oh, honey, Sadie's voice was patronizing. Being a mother isn't work. It's a privilege, a calling. You should be grateful Turner allows you to stay home. Allows me. Like it was his gift to me instead of a mutual decision we'd made when Ross was born. I am grateful, I whispered. Good. Now, about this cereal situation. That night, Turner came home to find me crying over dinner prep. Scarlett was finally fever-free but clingy. Ross needed help with a science project, and I'd burned the chicken because I couldn't focus. What's wrong now? He asked, loosening his tie. Your mother came by. She brought groceries. That was nice of her. She said I don't prioritize the kids' nutrition, that I should be grateful you allow me to stay home. Turner sighed. She's just trying to help. By insulting me? By giving you perspective? Look, Yasmin, I know you're tired, but you've got to admit, you're not exactly maximizing your potential here. I turned to face him. What does that mean? It means you sleep until 7, you're in pajamas half the day, and you act like loading the dishwasher is some huge accomplishment. I was up all night with Scarlett. She had a fever. One sick night doesn't justify. It wasn't one night. It's every night. Someone always needs something. I haven't slept through the night in 4 years. That's what being a parent means. What's what being a mother means? When's the last time you got up with them? Turner's jaw tightened. I work. I provide for this family. That's my contribution. And what's mine? Honestly, I'm not sure anymore. You used to cook elaborate meals, keep the house spotless, plan activities for the kids. Now it's takeout and screen time while you mess around on your laptop. I stared at him. This man who came home to clean clothes, organise schedules, and functioning children every single day. I'm doing nothing all day. I didn't say nothing. I said you're not maximising your potential. Right. I turned back to the stove, scraped the burned chicken into the trash. I'm keeping tabs on everything now. He laughed, the same dismissive sound from weeks ago. Sure you are. I am. Okay, babe, whatever makes you feel better about your choices. After he went upstairs, I opened my laptop and added today's entries. Sick childcare, 8 hours. Emotional labour managing family criticism, 2 hours. Meal planning and preparation, 3 hours. Then I opened a new browser tab and searched for Tessa Fowler attorney. The reviews were impressive. Ruthless, brilliant, gets results. I bookmarked her contact information. If Turner wanted to know what I was capable of, he was about to find out. I started taking freelance writing gigs under the name Y. Martinez. My middle name was Maria, close enough. Small projects, blog posts, social media content, nothing that would show up on our joint tax return, everything paid to a separate account I'd opened using my maiden name. The work felt rusty at first, like speaking a language I'd almost forgotten. But muscle memory kicked in. Within a month, I was making decent money. Not enough to live on, but enough to pay for things Turner didn't need to know about. You seem different lately, he said one evening, watching me type on my laptop. Different how? I don't know. More focused. What are you working on? Just organising some files, digital decluttering. He nodded, already losing interest. Turner never paid attention to anything that didn't directly affect him. Dr. Martinez helped me recognise patterns I'd been blind to for years. He withholds affection when you displease him, she said during one session. He's just tired from work. When did you last have a conversation that wasn't about logistics, kids' schedules, household needs, his work stress? I couldn't remember. He controls the money, dismisses your contributions, and his family openly disrespects you in his presence. What does he do when that happens? Nothing. He just lets it happen. Why do you think that is? Because he agrees with them. The words hung in the air like a confession. At home, Turner's coldness became more obvious once I started looking for it. No more casual touches, no more inside jokes, no more interest in my thoughts or feelings. When I tried to initiate intimacy, he'd find excuses. Too tired, too stressed, too busy. Maybe this weekend, he'd say, then spend Saturday on his phone and Sunday watching sports. But he was affectionate with the kids, playful and engaged when it suited him. The contrast was stark. "Daddy, why don't you hug Mommy anymore?" Scarlett asked one morning at breakfast. Turner's coffee cup paused halfway to his mouth. "What do you mean, sweetheart? You used to hug her. Now you just talk about boring stuff." "Mommy and Daddy are fine," he said, not looking at me. "We're just busy." "Too busy for hugs?" "Eat your cereal, Scarlett." I caught him on his phone that night, texting someone. When I walked into the room, he quickly switched apps. "Who are you texting?" "Work stuff. You wouldn't understand." "Try me." "It's complicated business things, Yasmin. Nothing you need to worry about." The dismissal stung, but I filed it away with everything else. 2 days later, I was updating the family Google Calendar when I saw it. A lunch appointment scheduled for the following week. Tessa, mediation. My blood went cold. Tessa. As in Tessa Fowler, the attorney I'd been researching. I screenshot the entry before it could disappear. That night, I called Amber. "He's meeting with a divorce attorney," I said without preamble. "What? Are you sure?" "It's on the calendar. Tessa Fowler. I looked her up. She's exactly the kind of lawyer someone like Turner would hire." "Shit! What are you going to do?" "I'm going to beat him to it." The next morning, I used Turner's business card to pay Tessa's retainer. $5,000, nearly everything I'd saved from freelancing, plus what was left in his forgotten account. Her office was intimidating. Floor-to-ceiling windows, expensive furniture, walls covered with awards and newspaper clippings. Tessa herself was younger than I'd expected, maybe early 40s, with sharp eyes and a handshake that could crack bones. "So," she said, settling behind her desk, "your husband thinks he's leaving you." "Apparently. And you want to make sure he regrets it?" "I want to make sure I'm protected and compensated." She smiled. It wasn't a nice smile. "Show me what you've got." I pulled out my laptop and opened the spreadsheet. 96 pages now, 5 months of meticulous documentation, every task, every hour, every service I'd provided to keep Turner's life running smoothly. Tessa's eyebrows rose as she scrolled through the data. "This is thorough." "Is it useful?" "Useful. Honey, this is a masterpiece. Do you have supporting documentation?" I pulled out a folder thick with receipts, photos, email screenshots, text messages, evidence of Turner's financial control, his family's treatment of me, his gradual withdrawal of affection and respect. "You've been planning this for months." "I've been surviving this for years. The planning is recent." Tessa leaned back in her chair. "I've been doing this for 15 years. I've never seen documentation this comprehensive from someone who wasn't already in proceedings. So you'll take my case?" "Oh, I'll take your case. But first, I need you to understand something. If we do this, we do it right. No mercy, no second chances, no backing down when he tries to charm his way out of it." "I'm not backing down." "Good. Because when I'm done with Turner, he's going to wish he'd never heard the words lazy housewife." I thought about his dismissive laugh, his casual cruelty, his family's constant undermining. "How long do we have?" "His appointment is next week. That gives us time to prepare. But Yasmin—" She leaned forward. "I've waited 5 years for a case like this. Let's make it hurt." I walked out of her office, feeling something I hadn't felt in years. Power. Turner chose a Tuesday evening for his announcement. The kids were in bed, I was loading the dishwasher, and he was sitting at the kitchen table with a glass of wine and an expression I'd never seen before. Almost relieved. "Yasmin, we need to talk." I dried my hands slowly, buying time. "About what?" "About us. About where this is going." He gestured vaguely at the space between us. "I think we both know this isn't working anymore." "What isn't working?" "This, us, the whole setup." He took a sip of wine. "I've been thinking about it for months, and I think we want different things." I sat down across from him. "What do I want?" "You want to be taken care of. You want someone else to handle the hard stuff while you focus on domestic things. And that's fine, Yasmin. There's nothing wrong with that. But I need a partner, not a dependent." The word hit like a slap. A dependent. "You haven't worked in years. You don't contribute financially. You've lost touch with the professional world completely." His voice was calm, almost clinical. "I'm tired of being the only adult in this relationship." "I raise your children." "Our children? And yes, you do that adequately. But Ross is in school full-time now. Scarlett will be soon. What's your plan then? More of the same? I stared at him. This man who'd convinced me to leave my job, who'd promised we'd figure it out together, who'd made me feel selfish for wanting to work when the kids were small. So, what are you saying? I'm saying I want a divorce. The words hung in the air. I'd been expecting them, but hearing them still felt surreal. I see. I know this is hard to hear, but I think it's best for everyone. We've grown apart, we want different things, and frankly, I don't think either of us is happy. And you've thought this through? I have. I've even talked to a lawyer just to understand the process. It doesn't have to be ugly, Yasmin. We can be civilized about this. Civilized? Exactly. I'm not trying to hurt you. I just think we've reached the end of the road. I nodded slowly. What happens to me? You'll figure it out. You're smart. You're capable. Maybe this will be the push you need to get back out there, rebuild your career. After 8 years out of the workforce. It won't be easy, but you can do it. Start small, work your way up. There are programs for women returning to work. And in the meantime, Turner shifted uncomfortably. Well, there'll be some support initially. Child support, obviously. Maybe a small amount of alimony while you get back on your feet. How small? We'll work it out. The point is, you won't be homeless, but you'll need to become self-sufficient eventually. Self-sufficient. Right, independent. It'll be good for you, actually. You've been in this bubble for so long, you've forgotten what you're capable of. I stood up, walked to the window. Our backyard looked peaceful in the evening light. The swing set Turner had assembled when Ross was 3. The garden I'd planted and maintained for 5 years. The patio where we'd hosted countless family barbecues. What about the kids? Joint custody, obviously, though given your situation, I think they should probably stay here most of the time. Stability, you know? My situation. No job, no income, no permanent housing yet. It just makes sense. I turned back to face him. You've really thought this through. I have. And Yasmin? I know this is a shock, but I think deep down, you know I'm right. We're not the same people we were when we got married. No, I said quietly. We're not. So, you understand? I understand perfectly. He looked relieved. Good. I was worried you'd make this difficult. Why would I make it difficult? Some women get emotional about these things, vindictive, but you're not like that. No, I'm not. Exactly. So we can handle this like adults. I walked back to the table, sat down across from him again. When do you want to start the process? Soon. I've already scheduled a consultation with a mediator, someone neutral who can help us work out the details fairly. That sounds reasonable. Turner smiled for the first time all evening. I'm glad you're being so mature about this. It'll be better for everyone, especially the kids. Absolutely. We should definitely think about what's best for the kids. Right. And honestly, Yasmin, this might be the best thing that ever happened to you. A chance to rediscover who you are outside of being a wife and mother. You might be right. I know I am, you'll see. In a year or 2, you'll thank me for this. I nodded. I should probably call my dad. Let him know what's happening. That's a good idea. Maybe he can help you figure out your next steps. You know, temporary housing until you get back on your feet. Maybe he'll take me in. Exactly. See? You're already thinking practically. After Turner went upstairs, I sat in the kitchen for a long time, staring at my reflection in the dark window. Then I picked up my phone and texted Tessa. He made his move. Tomorrow work for you? Her response came back immediately. I've been waiting for this call. See you at 10. I climbed the stairs quietly, listening to Turner's satisfied breathing from our bedroom. He thought he'd won. He thought he'd outmaneuvered me, planned the perfect exit strategy. He had no idea what was coming. The mediation office had beige walls and uncomfortable chairs, the kind of place designed to make everyone want to leave as quickly as possible. Turner arrived with his lawyer, Marcus, a silver-haired man in an expensive suit who looked like he'd never lost a case. Turner wore his best charcoal suit and his most confident smile. He kissed my cheek like we were old friends meeting for lunch. "You look good, Yasmin. Rested?" "Thank you." Tessa sat beside me in a sharp black blazer, her briefcase positioned precisely on the table. She'd coached me through this moment a dozen times. "Let them make the first offer," she'd said. "Let them show their hand completely before we show ours." The mediator, a tired-looking woman named Helen, shuffled through paperwork. "Let's begin with Mr. Perry's proposal." Marcus slid a folder across the table. "We believe this is a fair and generous settlement that takes into account both parties' contributions to the marriage." I opened the folder. Child support, $1,200 a month. Alimony, $800 a month for 2 years. No mention of the house, retirement accounts, or Turner's business assets. "This seems reasonable," Turner said. "Yasmin hasn't worked in years, so she'll need time to get back on her feet. 2 years should be plenty." "And the marital assets?" Tessa asked. "The house will be sold, proceeds split equally after the mortgage is paid off," Marcus said. "That should give Mrs. Perry enough for a down payment on something smaller." "Something smaller," I repeated. "Well, you won't need as much space," Turner said. "And honestly, you can't afford the upkeep on a house that size anyway." Tessa made a note. "What about Mr. Perry's retirement accounts, his business interests?" "Those are separate assets," Marcus said smoothly, "accumulated through Mr. Perry's professional efforts." "While Mrs. Perry provided unpaid domestic labour that enabled those professional efforts." Turner laughed. "Come on, Yasmin chose to stay home. That was her preference." "Was it?" Tessa asked. "Or was it a mutual decision that benefited your career advancement?" "Look, I'm trying to be fair here," Turner said. "Yasmin gets child support, alimony, and half the house equity. That's more than generous for someone who hasn't contributed financially to this marriage." Tessa smiled. It was the same predatory smile I'd seen in her office. "Actually, Mrs. Perry has been contributing quite substantially. She's prepared a detailed accounting of her services." She slid a thick folder across the table. Turner glanced at it dismissively. "What is this?" "An itemized invoice for domestic services rendered over the past 5 years." Marcus opened the folder, his expression shifting from bored to concerned as he flipped through pages. Charts, graphs, time logs, market rate comparisons, legal precedents. "This is—" he started, then stopped. Turner grabbed the folder. "What the hell is this, Yasmin?" "It's exactly what it looks like. Documentation of every service I've provided to maintain our household and support your career. You kept track of doing laundry. I kept track of everything: childcare, meal preparation, housekeeping, administrative tasks, emotional labour, sleep deprivation, sick care, transportation, event planning, social coordination." Turner's face was reddening. "This is insane!" "Is it?" Tessa pulled out a calculator. "Let's see. 5 years of full-time domestic labour at market rates. Childcare averages $25 an hour, housekeeping $22, personal chef $35, administrative assistant $18. She punched in numbers while Turner watched, his confidence evaporating. The total comes to $482,765.40. The room went silent. Marcus was reading through the documentation, his face growing paler. This is actually quite thorough." "It's ridiculous," Turner snapped. "You can't charge your husband for being a wife and mother." "Actually," Tessa said, "domestic labour has recognised economic value in family court. There are numerous precedents for compensating unpaid household contributions in divorce proceedings." She chose to stay home. At your encouragement. We have emails where you discouraged her from returning to work, citing the children's needs and your travel schedule. Turner looked at Marcus desperately. This can't be legal. Marcus was still reading. The documentation is extensive. Time logs, photographic evidence, market rate research, legal citations. He looked up. You might want to consider a counteroffer. A counteroffer? She's trying to extort me. She's seeking fair compensation for services rendered, Tessa said calmly. Services that enabled you to advance your career, while she sacrificed hers. I supported her. I paid for everything. You paid for basic living expenses, while she provided labour worth nearly $500,000. Labour that allowed you to work 60-hour weeks without worrying about childcare, meals, or household management. Turner stood up abruptly. This is bullshit. Complete bullshit. Sit down, Turner, Marcus said quietly. We need to discuss this. Discuss what? Paying my wife for doing what wives do? For doing what professional service providers charge substantial fees to do, Tessa corrected. If you'd hired a nanny, housekeeper, chef, and personal assistant to handle what Yasmin handled, you'd have paid market rates. Turner slumped back into his chair. Yasmin, this is crazy. You know this is crazy. I looked at him across the table. This man who'd called me lazy, dependent, unproductive, who'd dismissed my contributions and planned to leave me with scraps. What's crazy is that I did all of this for free. You did it because you're my wife. I was your wife. Now I'm your creditor. Marcus leaned over to whisper urgently in Turner's ear. Whatever he said made Turner's face go white. We need a recess, Marcus announced. After they left the room, Tessa turned to me with satisfaction. How do you feel? Like I can breathe for the first time in years. Good, because we're just getting started. When Turner and Marcus returned 20 minutes later, Turner looked like he'd aged 5 years. His confident swagger was gone, replaced by something I'd never seen before, genuine fear. We'd like to make a counteroffer, Marcus said, his voice carefully neutral. I'm listening, Tessa replied. $50,000 added to the original settlement, one-time payment. Tessa didn't even blink. That's roughly 10% of documented services. We'll need to do better than that. Turner leaned forward. Yasmin, be reasonable. You can't seriously expect... Actually, we can. Tessa opened another folder. Because we're not just talking about back pay anymore. We're talking about custody. Marcus straightened. What about custody? Mr. Perry has been largely absent from day-to-day childcare. Mrs. Perry has documentation showing she handled 93% of all child-related responsibilities over the past 5 years. I work to support them. You work 60-hour weeks by choice. You've missed school events, parent-teacher conferences, medical appointments. You've never handled a sick day alone, never managed a school pickup schedule, never coordinated a play date. Tessa slid another document across the table. Text messages between Mr. Perry and his wife, showing his consistent unavailability for parenting duties. Turner grabbed the papers. These are private conversations. These are evidence of parental involvement, or lack thereof. Tessa's voice was ice cold. A judge would be very interested in seeing how often you told your wife to handle it when the children needed something. Marcus was reading the messages, his expression growing more concerned. Turner, some of these are what? Dismissive, particularly this one where Ross had pneumonia and you told Yasmin to figure it out because you had a client dinner. That was one time. Actually, it was 17 documented instances of you prioritizing work over sick children, Tessa said. We also have evidence of emotional neglect. She pulled out another folder. Georgia Perry's emails to family members describing Mrs. Perry as lazy and dependent, copied to Mr. Perry, who never defended his wife. Turner's face was red now. My sister's opinions aren't... Your sister's opinions, which you endorsed through silence, created a hostile environment for Mrs. Perry. We also have recorded conversations. Recorded conversations? D. Amber Norton attended your family dinner last month. She recorded several instances of verbal abuse directed at Mrs. Perry, with Mr. Perry's tacit approval. Marcus looked sick. Turner, you didn't tell me about any of this. Because it's not relevant. Yasmin's friend secretly recorded us. She recorded a pattern of emotional abuse, Tessa corrected. Particularly illuminating was your comment that Mrs. Perry contributes nothing to the family. I was frustrated. You were cruel, and it's admissible. Tessa stacked the folders neatly. So let's talk about what we're really looking at here. Full custody to Mrs. Perry based on documented primary caregiving and evidence of emotional neglect from Mr. Perry. You can't take my kids. We're not taking them. We're ensuring they stay with their primary caregiver, who has sacrificed her career and financial independence to raise them. Marcus was frantically taking notes. What would it take to avoid a custody battle? Full compensation for documented services, $482,000, plus ongoing alimony of $3,000 monthly until Mrs. Perry's youngest child turns 18. Turner stood up so fast his chair fell over. That's insane. I don't have that kind of money. You have business assets worth over $2 million, Tessa said calmly. You have retirement accounts, investment properties, and a salary that's increased 40% since your wife left the workforce to support your career. Those are my assets. Built while your wife provided unpaid labour that enabled your success. Marcus pulled Turner aside for another whispered conversation. This one was longer, more heated. I could hear fragments. Precedent for this. Judge will see. Business reputation. When they returned, Marcus looked defeated. We need to discuss the business implications. What business implications? If this goes to court, it becomes public record. Your business partners, your clients, they'll see the documentation of how you treated your wife. Turner's face went white. You wouldn't? We absolutely would, Tessa said. In fact, we've already prepared a press release about the case. Local executive sued for $500,000 in unpaid domestic labour. Should make for interesting reading in the business section. That would destroy my reputation. Your reputation should be destroyed, I said quietly. It was the first time I'd spoken in 20 minutes, and everyone turned to look at me. You treated me like hired help, then complained that I wasn't earning my keep. Yasmin, I never meant. You meant every word, every dismissive comment, every eye roll, every time you let your family tear me down while you sat there silent. Turner's voice cracked. I loved you. No, you loved what I did for you. You loved having someone manage your life while you took credit for being such a dedicated family man. That's not true. It's completely true, and now you're going to pay for it. Marcus cleared his throat. What if we agreed to $200,000 plus increased alimony? $482,000, Tessa repeated, plus alimony, plus full custody unless Mr. Perry can demonstrate actual parenting involvement going forward. Turner slumped in his chair. You've ruined me. No, I said, standing up. You did that all by yourself. The room fell silent except for the sound of Marcus's pen scratching across legal documents. We'll need time to arrange the finances, he said finally. You have 48 hours, Tessa replied. After that, we file in court and release the documentation publicly. Turner looked up at me with something between hatred and desperation. I never thought you had it in you. No, I said, that was your mistake. Turner signed the settlement agreement on a Thursday morning in Tessa's office. His hand shook as he wrote his name, and he couldn't look at me directly. The first payment will be transferred today, Marcus said, sliding the documents across the table. The remaining balance will be paid in installments over 6 months. And the custody arrangement? Tessa asked. Joint legal custody, primary physical custody to Mrs. Perry. Mr. Perry gets every other weekend and 1 evening per week, supervised initially. Supervised, Marcus nodded grimly. Given the documented absence from day-to-day parenting, the court recommends a transition period. Turner finally looked up. Yasmin, the kids are going to ask questions. What are you going to tell them? The truth, that Daddy and Mommy are getting divorced and they'll be living with me most of the time. That's not what I meant. I know what you meant. You want me to protect your image with them, the way I protected it with everyone else for 8 years. They're my children too. Then act like it. Show up for them. Actually, show up, not just when it's convenient. Turner stood to leave, then paused at the door. You know this won't make you happy, right? All this money, all this revenge, it won't fix what's broken inside you. I looked at him steadily. The only thing that was broken inside me was believing I deserved how you treated me. That's already fixed. After he left, Tessa pulled out a bottle of champagne she'd been hiding in her desk drawer. To the most satisfying case of my career, she said, pouring 2 glasses. Is it over? Honey, it's just beginning. You've got your life back. The house felt different that evening, lighter somehow, even though nothing had physically changed. The kids were at my dad's for the night. He'd insisted on taking them for pizza and a movie while I handled business. My phone buzzed with a text from Georgia. I hope you're proud of yourself. You've destroyed a good man over petty grievances. Turner is devastated. I stared at the message for a long moment, then blocked her number. Another text, this one from Sadie. The children need stability, Yasmin. Please think about what's best for them, not your own hurt feelings. Blocked. Amber called while I was packing Turner's clothes into boxes. How are you feeling? Rich, I said, and we both laughed. Seriously, though, are you okay? I'm better than okay. I'm free. What's next? I found a townhouse in Ross's school district. 3 bedrooms, small yard, perfect for us. I put an offer in this afternoon. And work? I'm starting a consulting firm, helping other women document their contributions before they need lawyers. Turns out there's a market for that. Of course there is. You're going to be busy. Good. I like being busy when it's my choice. My dad came by the next morning to help me start moving things to storage. He'd been quiet about the divorce, but I could tell he was proud. You know, he said, taping up a box of Turner's books, I never liked how he talked to you. Why didn't you say anything? Would you have listened? I thought about it. Probably not. Sometimes people have to figure things out for themselves, but I'm glad you did. Ross and Scarlett adjusted to the new routine faster than I'd expected. The townhouse was smaller but cosier, and they each got to decorate their own rooms however they wanted. Mommy, are you happier now? Scarlett asked one evening while I was tucking her in. Yes, sweetheart, I am. Good, you smile more now. Turner's first supervised visit was awkward. He sat stiffly in our living room while the kids showed him their new rooms, clearly uncomfortable with the court-appointed supervisor taking notes. This is a nice place, he said, when I walked him to the door. Thank you. Yasmin, I want you to know, don't. Whatever you're about to say, just don't. He nodded and left without another word. My consulting business took off faster than I'd anticipated. Word spread through social media, mum groups and legal networks. Women started reaching out, sharing their own stories of invisible labour and financial control. I hired Amber as my business partner. We called it Worth Documentation Services, and our tagline was simple, Know Your Value. 6 months after the divorce was finalised, I was sitting in my home office when my phone rang. Unknown number. Is this Yasmin Hunt? Yes. My name is Rebecca. I got your number from a friend. My husband just told me I don't contribute anything to our marriage, and I think I need your help. I opened a new client file on my computer. Tell me everything. As she talked, I thought about Turner's parting words about revenge not making me happy. He was wrong, of course. This wasn't about revenge anymore. This was about justice. And justice, it turned out, was incredibly satisfying. The first thing we're going to do, I told Rebecca, is start a spreadsheet. If he wants numbers, we'll give him every damn one. I gave him 5 years of unpaid labour. All he gave me was the excuse to make it count.